JustinFREAKIN, je vanmiddag een boos met boter.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
We'll see who counts the food.
Come on, man.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
You know, DJ Dub, why don't I have that as an emote? Why do we not have Trump doing the double dong dance? Curious, sir, good evening. You're here awfully early. What in the fuck? Gratilla, good evening. Welcome in. Clinically, you're probably lurking somewhere. I'll go ahead and throw it out there to you. Warlord, good evening. We'll see if we can make that happen. Been at work since 5. I'm sorry. See, I'm somewhat familiar with Curious's work schedule, so I knew she usually goes in at 8. Flash, Zon, good evening. Welcome. I can tell you what's up. Not me. I'm not high enough for this shit. The political news story of the decade was supposed to drop today. It dropped. It's pretty shocking. Am I shocked by it? No, not really. Given what we already knew about the candidate, I wasn't surprised by anything that came out, but he is indeed a sleazebag. However, as you're going to hear from him in just a little bit, he's staying in the race. Meat Cakes, good evening. Of course, I'm talking about the current serving lieutenant governor of North Carolina, currently running to be governor of North Carolina. Before today, we knew that he spent 5 days out of the week in the 90s in porn booths. We knew that he was a Holocaust denier. We knew that he thought that women shouldn't be allowed to vote or work. That's what we knew about him before today. What we know about him after today. Michael, good evening. North Carolina is whack. However, yeah, multiple predicting agencies have flipped the North Carolina's governor's race to like lean blue to like solid blue. Now, I had mentioned that we were supposed to have a debate tonight between Tim Kaine of Virginia, the senator from Virginia, and Hung Kao, his Republican challenger. Hung Kao, exploding pager. We're going to be talking about exploding pagers here in a little bit, too. Welcome. Thank you for being a freaking follower. Hung Kao actually backed out of the debate tonight. I knew I wasn't smoking crack. Tim Kaine had agreed to a debate tonight, September 19th. Hung Kao backed out of it. So we do not get a Virginia Senate debate tonight. What are you doing? You set yourself on fire by going over to that candle. I'm going to get pissed. CSW, keep an eye on that cat. Make sure he doesn't go over to the... Okay, go to the couch. Go to the couch, buddy. Okay. Ducky, good evening. A clerk in Dallas was attacked in broad daylight. We have video. We're going to give you an update on the pipeline that was raging. We remember a pipeline exploded on Tuesday night, I believe it was. Raging fire. Residents have finally returned. Apparently a body has been found inside of one of the vehicles. Here's your meme of the day. Welcome to this episode of Cribs, y'all. Thousands of bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Almost 1,000 dildos recovered from P. Diddy's residence.
You live in sexual anarchy?
We've got new audio that may shed some light on the stripping of the medal of Jordan Childs, the Olympic gymnast. I believe she's a gymnast. I don't even fucking know. I don't know anything about sports. I just thought the story was interesting. Socks, what the fuck are you doing? Get down from there. Kentucky, my home state, has been in the news a lot this past week. Mitochondria, Fomagina, good evening. We're going to hear from the Kentucky couple who found the body of the shooter who led police on a manhunt for almost 2 weeks. We're also getting breaking news out of Whitesburg, Kentucky. A sheriff apparently got into a dispute with a judge and shot the judge. A sheriff in Kentucky. Whitesburg, that would be Letcher County Sheriff. It would be a Letcher County Sheriff. Apparently shot a judge. A CIA agent has been sentenced for mass murder. He was apparently murdering women, preying on them. A glitch in UK caused prisoners to be freed early. One of them found himself back in jail within 48 hours. 4 Americans have been detained in Venezuela for an apparent assassination attempt on President Nicolas Maduro. Hezbollah sees the pager attacks by Israel as a declaration of war. We're also going to hear from Lebanese doctors. They describe the scenes of trying to help the civilians affected by the heinous attack. Jill Stein went on with right-wing provocateur Alex Stein. Speaking of dumbasses, Tim Pool is suing Vice President Kamala Harris. We're going to talk about the government shutdown that is about 2 weeks away from happening. There's no evidence that Biden was in on the Iranian hack of Donald Trump, and Trump was on with Greg Gutfeld last night. All that and a lot freaking more tonight on the Troll Patrol live. Good evening. Welcome. Your family's from Paintsville. That's about 45 minutes, an hour, depending on traffic from where I'm from. Oregon gal, good evening. You can never be too lubricated. Fair enough. And speaking of which, light one up, tip one back. You can never be too lubricated. You heard it from Mitochondria. He is responsible. Let's start off tonight. They were saying it was one of the most shocking political stories of the last decade. As we were waiting on it to drop, it dropped about 3:30 this afternoon. Of course, I was waiting for it. Holiday, freedom. I still wasn't that shocked, and once again, given what we already knew about him, he was a Holocaust denier. He apparently had a porn addiction in the 90s. He is a batshit crazy preacher that thinks that women shouldn't be allowed to vote or work. He is the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina, running to be the governor of North Carolina.
News tonight out of one of the most critical battlegrounds in this election year. What kind of feels like a political earthquake, with the controversial Republican candidate for governor there denying a new CNN report he called himself a black Nazi and backed reinstating slavery. We're talking about Mark Robinson. Right now, he is...
I don't think that's the worst thing. Okay. And like, it's hard to pick out what is the worst thing. I guess black Nazi is the most shocking thing, right? I think his admission that he peeped on 14-year-old girls in the shower was probably the most troubling thing that we learned from this.
And he is no stranger to controversy in the past, like with alleged Holocaust denial. He's backed policies like calling to arrest transgender women who use women's bathrooms. But this new report on CNN says Robinson posted for years on a porn site's message board, referring to himself as a perv and a black Nazi, and allegedly fetishizing transgender people, saying he enjoyed watching pornography with them. Again, Robinson is denying it all in the video that he put out right before this report dropped. Watch this.
Our opponents are desperate to shift the focus here from the substantive issues and focus on what you are concerned with to salacious tabloid trash.
Dasha Burns is joining us now. So, Dasha, walk us through some of these allegations.
Minty.
How they fit into what...
The name of the site was called Nude Africa. The name of the site was called Nude Africa. Now, MSNBC played a portion of the video. They did not play the whole thing. Before we go back to their reporting, let's play the whole thing, shall we? I like getting the words straight from the horse's mouth. You know what I mean?
Hey guys, Lieutenant Governor Robinson and your Republican nominee for governor as well, of course. Well, guys, the news media is at it again. My opponent is at it again. You all have seen the half-truths and outright lies of Josh Stein on these ads over and over again. And now a story leaked by him to CNN is appearing now. Let me reassure you, the things that you will see in that story, those are not the words of Mark Robinson. You know my words. You know.
I can guarantee you they are, because apparently this motherfucker has the same email address. Now, I was talking with Battle Opossum earlier, and he's like, who has the same email address for that long? And I'm like, are you shitting me? I've had the same email address since I was a teenager. Are you, what? You've changed, and like he like changes his email address every couple of years. I was dumbfounded by this. But apparently this guy, he had his face attached to these accounts with an email address that he still uses. This absolutely was him.
Know my character, and you know that I have been completely transparent in this race and before. Folks, this race right now, our opponents are desperate to shift the focus here.
No. I am totally me on porn sites. If you go to Pornhub and you search JustinFREAKIN, you can follow JustinFREAKIN on Pornhub. I think it may even be a picture of me as my profile. For the longest time, I was something anonymous, but I was like, fuck it. I think even on OnlyFans, like when I subscribe to a woman, they can go and look, and I think it has a link to my Twitch in my profile. Not anonymous at all. I go ahead and lean into it. I'm a perv.
Here from the substantive issues and focus on what you are concerned with to salacious tabloid trash. We cannot allow that to happen. And folks, we've seen this type of stuff in the past as well. Clarence Thomas famously once said he was the victim of a high-tech lynching. Well, it looks like Mark Robinson is too, by a man who refuses to stand on stage and debate me about the real issue.
Sir, the allegations against Clarence Thomas were true, just like the ones against you. I was not aware that Josh Stein was the one that hadn't accepted a debate. I want him to stay in. Tonight is the deadline at midnight for him to drop out. As of this afternoon, he says that he is staying in. I want him to.
Use that face you. Instead, they want to focus on salacious tabloid lies. We're not going to let them do that. We are
Josephus, Stabby.
To win it, and we know that with your help, we will. God bless you, and we will see you where? On the campaign trail.
See, that's what I was talking with a friend of mine. I was like, no matter what comes out about him, he's just going to say that was before I found God. It was another life. You know, I was a sinner. Saying he peeped on 14-year-olds kind of
Robinson is
too far, I would assume.
And how CNN sort of put the pieces on this together, they say.
Yeah, Hallie, there is a lot to parse through here. So these were made between 2008 and 2012 on a website called Nude Africa, which is a pornographic website. You talked about some of the positions that Robinson has held throughout this campaign. He's made has a history of making anti-transgender remarks, but one of the things he talked about on this website was that he enjoyed watching transgender pornography and referred to himself as a...
Of course!
He also said he didn't...
My best jank voice.
He had an abortion, saying, quote, "I don't care. I just want to see the sex tape." Again, this is someone who has called for a very, very strict abortion ban. And when it comes to slavery, he wrote, quote, "Slavery is not bad. Some people need to be slaves. I wish they would bring it back. I would certainly buy a few." That is just some of the top lines in this really pretty shocking report, Hallie.
There is this, we have to talk about the midnight deadline in North Carolina, the timing of this, 11:59 p.m., right? So a minute before deadline for essentially the lieutenant governor, if he were to drop out of the race, to do that, in fact, and be replaced. He has been clear, right? He's not dropping out, Dasha?
That's exactly right. He's saying he's staying in the race, but no doubt pressure is building. I just got a text from the NAACP saying they're calling on him to drop out. And this is a problem for former President Trump, for his campaign, for Republicans.
Donald Trump called him Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids.
given the ammunition that this now gives to the Harris campaign. This is somebody that the former president has given a full-throated endorsement to, that basically every other Republican has supported as well. So this becomes really a political nightmare for the Republican Party right now.
And the Harris.
You may say, Justin, that sounds absurd. Yeah, I couldn't believe that he would actually say such a thing. No, he said it.
But, you know, I heard him coming in on the plane. I was listening, and I said to the people on the plane, watch this. This is Martin Luther King on steroids, okay? Now, I told that to Mark. I said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King times 2. And he looked
times 2.
And I wasn't sure, was he angry because that's a terrible thing to say, or was he complimented? I have never figured it out. But I'm telling you, he's one of, right? When I said that to you, you looked like, I don't know if I like that comment. You should like it, because you are outstanding, and you're going to be the next governor, so that's going to be very cool. But, you know, I heard him.
So the Trump campaign is asking him to step down, but I don't understand. The accusations against Trump are way worse than the ones against Robinson.
Harris campaign is jumping on this here. A post out from a rapid response director says, and I'm quoting here, Donald Trump has a Mark Robinson problem. I imagine that
Does
it's
he?
a very important battleground, because we have to remember that is some of the political context here.
If you don't care about the accusations against Trump, why would you care about the accusations against Robinson?
In this key battleground with Donald Trump on the ballot, of course, Kamala Harris and her campaign are clearly looking to lash these two together.
That's exactly right. And there are plenty of comments from former President Trump that they can use in order to do that. I mean, he called him, I don't know if we have the soundbite or not, but he called Robinson.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, do we have that? Could we take a listen?
This is Martin Luther King on steroids. I said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King times 2.
2.
And we do have a statement from the Trump campaign at this point. We're just receiving this moments ago, saying President Trump's campaign is focused on winning the White House and saving this country. North Carolina is a vital part of that plan. We're confident as voters compare the Trump record of a strong economy, low inflation, a secure border, and safe streets with the failures of Biden-Harris. Then President Trump will win the Tar Heel state once again. We will not take our eyes off the ball. I mean, North Carolina is so critical here. And
I think it flips for Harris.
Blow to the Trump campaign if the Harris campaign is successful in tying those two together. And again, what you just heard there, that's not the only comment from the former president praising the lieutenant governor, Hallie.
And worth noting here, too, that Robinson, according to CNN's reporting, repeatedly maligned Martin Luther King Jr. on these boards.
That's
right. A user accused him of being a white supremacist. Again, Robinson denying the accusations here. Dasha Burns, much more to follow on this one for sure. Thank you.
Thanks for watching.
Shut up, Lester. Nobody asked you a damn thing. We are about 2 weeks away from a potential government shutdown. Here's the thing. Will Mike Johnson make it as Speaker of the House through this impending government shutdown and the passage of a continuing resolution?
Well, all eyes are on House Speaker Mike Johnson, who now has less than 2 weeks to help keep the government funded after the GOP-controlled House rejected his latest bill, the Speaker's proposal that would have funded the government for 6 months. 14 Republicans joined Democrats to oppose it. Speaker Johnson spoke to reporters after the vote.
Congress has an obligation to fund the government, and Congress has an obligation to ensure that our elections are secure and fair and free. And this vote tonight would have accomplished both. I'm very disappointed that it didn't pass. I want to note that every Democrat except 3 went on record once again for the second time voting against election security.
So if lawmakers fail to agree on a spending bill, the government will shut down just after midnight on October 1st. So for more on this, I'm joined by Steph Kite. I hope that's how you say your name. I hope that's how you say your name. Is it? Okay. She is
Wow.
reporter for Axios. Thank you so much for joining us. So you heard right at the very end there, Speaker Johnson say something about, election integrity or security or something along those lines. Can we talk about sort of the key sticking point?
They want to pass a bill that is supposedly to ensure that people who are not U.S. citizens don't vote, which guess what is already illegal. Torchy, good evening.
The primary reason why this bill failed.
Yeah, well, there are a couple things, but the SAVE Act is the bill that he was referring to, that he was attaching to this.
Penny, thank you for the resub. Welcome in.
Would require people to prove their U.S. citizenship before they're able to vote. This has become a bill that Republicans have kind of rallied around, and it's a bill that former President Trump has been very focused on and has been calling for Republicans to do anything they can to get it passed. The former president has been alleging without proof that Democrats are getting immigrants who are unauthorized to vote in U.S. federal elections to vote. And this is all part of kind of these two issues that Republicans continue to hit on. On one side, this idea of fraudulent voting in elections, something we see coming up again and again ever since 2020. And again, there's no proof of any widespread voter fraud in U.S. elections. And then it also ties in kind of the border illegal immigration issue, which
they'll come, Josephus.
Republicans. But still, even with that attached to the CR, Johnson still was not able to even get everyone in his own party to vote package.
So the speaker says that he's already talking to colleagues about their ideas for another plan. Do we have any idea what that might be? And do they even have enough time?
I mean, time is certainly running out. They have about one more week of session days next week before they need to get something done before members head home. And of course, both Speaker Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer want to make sure that their vulnerable members are able to get home as soon as possible.
It's not a bad point, Staffy.
The majority's on the line in November. It is not clear right now what Johnson's plan B is just yet. But in my conversations with people on the Hill on both sides,
Mary Jane,
the expectation is that this is going to end with a clean, short-term spending deal that goes for about 3 months, rather than the 6-month deal that Johnson has been pushing for. The question here is whether Johnson decides to offer that first, or whether he leaves it to the Senate to jam the House with the spending package they want to see.
Well, if we're going to learn from history, something tells me this is going to go right down to the 11th hour, as usual.
Well, the last one didn't.
Thank you very much.
They were able to pass the last one. Was it back in the spring? They passed like a 6-month stopgap in like March, right? And that one didn't come down to the wire. It was like there was a few days left because I was prepared to broadcast it and it didn't actually happen. So I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing. Light one up, tip one back. There is no evidence that Joe Biden, or I believe that Kamala Harris, had any indication that Iran was hacking the Trump campaign. A hack we have still yet to see. Why did we get the leak to WikiLeaks in 2016 of Hillary's emails? Where are the Trump emails? Why have we not got the Trump emails yet? I don't know that I've brought it up that many times here on the stream. And perhaps some of you are hearing this for the first time. Iran hacked the Trump campaign, and there are multiple news organizations in possession of Trump campaign emails, and they have not published them. Officials now say no evidence that Biden was in.
Federal officials are accusing Iranian hackers of sending information stolen from the Trump campaign to the Biden campaign in an effort to interfere with the 2024 election. So the FBI now and other federal agencies claim unsolicited emails were sent to people associated with the president's campaign back in June and July. That's, of course,
still good evening.
Dropped out. Officials say there is no evidence of any recipients responding to this information, but an Iranian official now in a statement says the allegations are, quote, fundamentally
good shit, wasn't it, Georgie?
Inadmissible. So what's the truth here? What's the reality? Our own Nicole Skanga has more for us. Nicole, great to have you here. It's significant for the intelligence
Nicole Skanga
so publicly about this kind of interference. What is being confirmed by the U.S. government publicly, and what are you also learning from your sources about the scope of this enterprise?
This is an Iranian bait-and-switch hack-and-leak campaign, Robert, and as you noted, it is fascinating that the intelligence community, the FBI, the nation's top cybersecurity agency, CISA, are all running to say the quiet part out loud here, which is that Iranian cyber operatives used excerpts of what they call stolen non-public material from Trump-affiliated persons to try to lure Biden campaign associates to essentially click on a phishing link. And the Biden campaign even saying in a statement that those close to the campaign thought these were scammer emails. Now, this is new information about Tehran's efforts to weaken former President Donald Trump's campaign, one that the
As I understand it, that's how they obtained the information from Trump, that it was just a simple phishing operation, that it was no, there was no hacking, there was no any kind of sophistication to it. The Trump campaign is just very fucking dumb.
NIA, FBI, and DHS have been quick to call out is associated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The investigation began back in June when tech companies, notably Microsoft and Google, alerted the FBI about a mysterious AOL user named Robert that began shopping around what looked like a research dossier. And it was at that time that the Trump campaign called this out, as well as other media organizations who were reached out to, like Politico. But zooming out beyond just this hack and leak campaign, we also know that Iran is conducting covert social media operations, that they are pushing AI-pumped fake personas, phony news articles online aimed at sowing political divisions, undermining trust in the U.S. elections, and all of this trying to denigrate the former president's campaign.
Iran denies this. Our government is stating this as fact. Is it just from intelligence gathering the United States has been able to confirm that they believe this is Iran for sure?
Yeah, and the FBI was alerted to this back in June and has had now weeks to investigate this in particular. And I do want to point out, this is a fact.
Well, they've got every reason to hate Trump because of the assassination of Soleimani and him tearing up the nuclear deal. They have every reason to want to fuck with the Trump campaign. So, Battle of Possum, good evening. The Iranians have hacked the Trump campaign. Multiple news organizations are in possession of stolen information, but have yet to publish it. Apparently the Biden campaign, when that was a thing, did not fall for the Iranian attempt to phish their information.
Fascinating moment in cyber altogether. We use the word unprecedented a lot on this show, but this time, you know, it really merits it. And Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, appeared before the Senate Intelligence Committee just yesterday. He said there's a potential moment of peril ahead, alluding to Election Day. He called threats to our democracy sophisticated and persistent, and he went on to paint this sort of interesting geopolitical cyber landscape where you have Iranian operatives targeting both candidates but denigrating Trump, Russian operatives preferring the Trump campaign, denigrating the Harris-Walz campaign and then the Biden campaign, and Chinese
what that China be doing?
Intelligence and really just hoping to sow general chaos. On the very same day as this announcement and this hearing took place, FBI Director Wray coming out and calling out China, saying the FBI has taken down another Chinese botnet, this one called Flax Typhoon. that targeted and compromised hundreds of thousands of internet-linked.
Flax Typhoon sounds like some shit that an old person would put in a glass of water of a morning to make sure they shit regularly.
Devices, cameras, video recorders worldwide. One of the largest targets here, U.S. critical infrastructure. And so for cyber defenders, yes, this really is an unprecedented moment and one we will be following up to Election Day.
Cole Skanga, thank you so much for your in-depth reporting.
Thank you, Skanga. I shouldn't say that. She was a lovely lady. She was very, very knowledgeable. She was the exact opposite of a Skanga. It's just me and names. I don't know why I'd be doing that shit. Today, the Dow closed at a record high following the announcement of rate cuts by the Fed yesterday.
Because tonight the stock market is coming off a big boom day. You got record highs after that first Fed rate cut in 4 years. Look at the markets here tonight. You had the Dow, the S&P, green.
Trust me, this is a shot chaser kind of story.
Highs, the Dow and the S&P at least. The NASDAQ up something like 2.5%. This is after the Fed.
We can do better in Obama.
By 0.5% instead of the quarter point that experts thought. So everyone's like, whoa, what's the economy? What are the markets going to do now? That rate cut, it's a big deal for anybody because it could pave the way for lower interest rates on everything from new car loans to new mortgages to your credit card bill. Of course, all of it happening with the presidential election just now 6 weeks away, just about. Not that we're counting every minute and second. We do count the voters because we know that what they count on is politicians to tell them what they're going to do about the economy. That's the number one issue, along with immigration, to them. Let me bring in CNBC's Mike Santoli.
Damn, Lenny, I'm sorry.
From the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, we're so glad to have you with us tonight.
What up, Mike?
Thinking, right, that a half-point rate cut would spook the markets because it would signal that the Fed was a little bit concerned about the economy and where it was headed. So there were lots of eyes watching today. I know you guys at CNBC were all over this. Here we are. The markets are closing up in the green in a really positive territory. Help us understand why.
Record high.
It starts with the preceding few days before this Fed decision yesterday, where the case started to be built by, well-connected reporters and former Fed officials and other Wall Street economists, building the case for a half-point cut in interest rates as more of a prudent first step toward a more normal level of interest rates, happening to preserve a soft economic landing as opposed to responding to imminent weakness. I also think that we came along with some pretty good economic data in recent.
Thanks, Obama.
Better than expected yesterday.
These nuts.
Weekly unemployment claims today that were lower than forecast, and all that built into this idea of what Fed Chair Jay Powell had to say yesterday after the decision, when he tried to essentially convey that he views this half percentage point cut as kind of insurance and getting rates back toward normal as almost a victory lap over inflation, which of course the rate of inflation has come down from 9% a couple of years ago to about 2.5% right now.
So what do people need to be thinking about, right, as far as it relates to their portfolios, as far as it relates to their money?
If you are invested in the stock market, I don't know how many of you are, maybe a few of you, you did really well. Almost everyone did really well, unless your name is Donald Trump. Trump media didn't do so well. Trump media stock closes at a new post-merger low on the eve of its lockup expiration. Shares of Truth Social owner Trump Media ended the day at new lows on the eve of the expiration of the lockup restrictions, which bar the company insiders, such as majority shareholder Donald Trump, from selling their stakes. Shares fell 3.22% to close the trading day at $15.62 a share. Shares shot up as much as 25% on Friday after the former president said he had absolutely no intention of selling his nearly 57% stake, but the stock has been on a steady decline ever since. So, sorry about your luck, Donald. I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow. Is he going to sell it? Because you guys convinced me. I was like, no, he's not going to do it because the SEC will be on his ass. But you guys convinced me it's like right up against the election. He's going to be like, election interference. You can't get me. He needs the money. Does he sell tomorrow? Or does he keep hold on to it for like maybe a month and see if it goes back up? Anonymously, good evening. Welcome in. Energy Flow, good evening. Trump made an appearance on the Gutfeld show last night and said some batshit crazy stuff. I wonder if Gutfeld edited this. Here is the full clip. The greatest, most gorgeous episode of Gutfeld ever.
Thank you. All right. First of all, I would like to apologize to...
Yeah, Battle Opossum has been into, like, fucking MLMs and couponing and shit. Like, somebody get him onto, like, some stock market shit. Get him leveled up. Get him into the real scams as opposed to the fake scams.
Tonight's audience and the viewers at home, we will not be airing the Steve Doocy cooking segment tonight.
Thank God.
We apologize to Mr. Doocy, but you'll still be able to get his new book, Cooking with Crisco, for free. Instead, we have a very special show tonight, so let's welcome our guest. She's still quite humorous with a fetus in her uterus. New York Times best-selling author, Fox News contributor, Captain.
Wait a minute, is Trump just like on the panel?
San Francisco, but still appreciates indoor plumbing. Co-host of Outnumbered, Emily Campagno. His deltoid can deflect an asteroid. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA world champion, Tyrus. And he loves Diet Coke, but hates the woke. Choosing this insanity over Sean Hannity. Let's crank it up to 11 for President 45 and 47. The man who finally made no difference at 6'2", fighting out of the red corner from Queens, New York, the 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. There you go.
He's just like a regular person on the panel.
Oh. Mr. P, how's your golf game?
Well, haven't been thinking about it too much lately.
Mr. P?
I always said golf is a very dangerous game.
It really is. It really is, especially if they're playing with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's
what? That was a mean joke.
Pretty sad.
Did you? If they had told you that the shooter was there, would you have tried to take him out with your 3-wood?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. If I knew. Actually, the Secret Service did a great job. They saw the barrel of a gun, big gun.
Yeah.
And it came out through bushes. And how many people would see that? First, you know, he really was very exceptional to have done it. And we've been going through a lot of it. We're getting very good at it, but I don't want to say that too loudly because we don't want to bring any jinxes along, Tyrus. Right?
What?
It is. I mean, at least he could have yelled 4.
Yeah. Okay, that was good. That was good.
This is not a good thing to have practice at.
No.
Like, you're getting really good at stopping assassinations of Donald Trump. It's great. But I want to ask you, so Kamala Harris and the president, Joe Biden, if he's still president, we don't know. They called you out.
He is.
You got shot at and to wish you well, to say all these nice things.
They did.
But they're the same people that moments before say you're a threat to democracy, an existential threat, worse than Hitler. Does that mean that everything they say is full of
Well, you know, both of these.
No.
One is dead and the other one is in prison. And it was really great work, again, by Secret Service. And a woman who saw somebody running.
Yeah.
And running for the car because he was caught, and the Secret Service agent started shooting at him. Didn't do any talking, said just, that's a barrel of a gun, started shooting, which was amazing. That he saw it, and then he started shooting. And so this man is running to the car, and a woman, of course, woman's always a woman, right?
What?
Yeah. No, but think about that. How smart.
What does that mean?
This. She sees somebody running, and she didn't like the way he looked. He looked very suspicious, and followed him and took the car, parked it right behind his, and started taking pictures of the license plate. Who would do that?
A Karen.
And then sent the picture to the sheriff, who's a great sheriff of Palm Beach County, and sent the pictures to the sheriff's office, and they got him in a high-speed chase down the highway.
Yeah.
But who would do that? I mean, I said, out of 1,000...
Didn't see no chase.
Would that ever happen? And they said, very rarely a thing like that. So she's very much of a heroine, right? Heroine.
Yeah. You know, it blows my mind. Like how you take these.
Did you just learn that word?
So not lightly, but it's almost casually. The way like I get more angry, you know, when my pant pocket gets caught on a doorknob. I get angrier about that than you get angry about getting shot at. It doesn't. How do you process that?
Well, number one, do I have a choice?
He's a sociopath.
What am I going to do, right?
Yeah.
Do we have a choice? But, you know, it's interesting. I was thinking a lot about it over the last period of time since Butler. And being president is a very dangerous job.
I resist.
Because with a race car driver, that's a dangerous job. It's like 0.1% die.
Mm-hmm.
With a bull rider, I think bull riding looks pretty scary, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit more than that die.
Mm-hmm.
With a president, what is it, 6% or 7%? It's the most dangerous profession there is. So if you want to be president, I have a lot of friends that wanted to run. They're thinking about maybe not doing it. But here's the only good thing is that it's always a consequential president that gets shot at.
Mm-hmm.
And fortunately, so far, I've been very lucky. Or something is greater than all of us.
Ooh.
What?
It is.
Something is up there. Someone is up there, maybe watching over us.
I think he's voting for you.
Yeah. It's funny. I always thought the most dangerous job was
Lower than his glory hole.
You bring up God, and you've almost.
Where the door knockers are.
Do you think more about your own mortality and what happens after you move on?
Yeah, not about mortality, but I do think more about God because, okay, Butler was.
Okay, this is fun.
The greatest of all.
Gutfeld asking some different questions.
A full turn, exactly 90 degrees. I wouldn't be here right now, and your ratings would be a little bit lower, perhaps.
Yeah. We'd have Kilmeade there.
We have to tell the story of how we first met. The ratings over. Remember that one week he just played that thing, but I do think about that because the chart. It was basically an immigration chart. We had our lowest numbers that we've ever had in immigration, and I very rarely use it. Maybe 15, 20%. It's always on my left, and it's always at the end of a speech. So now I said, bring down the chart right at the very beginning, almost like the first sentence of
This is the chart with the numbers.
because immigration's such a big thing now with, you know, our country being basically taken over by Venezuela and lots of other people. So
what is he talking about?
Chart drops down, and I go, look at those numbers, and I look over to the right, and ping, and that was not, something was definitely wrong. And it was a mess. I touched, I said, that's unusual.
Do you remember when you showed it to me?
I showed it.
Yeah, you showed it to me. You said, I know people aren't going to believe this, so Gutfeld, take a look at my ear.
That's right. You know, we met.
Yeah, let's see the ear. Come on.
Yeah.
And I said, who am I going to show it to? You know,
his ear pussy.
You know, they'll say it didn't exist. And I actually did have such confidence in him, and he's really a very special guy, talented guy, good guy, great guy. And I said, you know, if I'm going to show it, let's do it with Gutfeld.
Yes.
With Gutfeld.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. Because it happened right after.
Yeah, how did you get him to see the top of your ear?
Well, I sat in a low chair.
Okay, thank you.
But you know what? It was true. And I took the bandages off very carefully.
Yeah.
And I showed him. He said, "That's nasty."
Yes. I kind of wanted to touch it, but I knew I would have been tackled. And I would have enjoyed it. But it's interesting to see the response to this second attempt. Every time you're under a bigger threat, the media still blames you even more.
Yeah.
You wanted to finger it.
See their own role in this. What do you make? Have you just basically accepted this as a fact?
I think so, yeah. Look, the media is extremely dishonest, extremely...
As he's getting blown by the media.
I walked off, I said, that's debate. You know, they said I'm the GOAT in debates, because I had a lot of debates, and I became president, and the GOAT means greatest of all time. But I said, what a great And I walked off that stage, and I thought I had the best debate. And I was very unfairly treated by the anchor. I'm not fans of those guys anymore. And his hair was better 5 years ago than it is now. Okay, that happens. That happens with the clock.
I mean, who among us?
That happens with the clock. But, you know, they came at me on everything like crime.
Why did Fire Resist get auto-modded for turd?
They said, crime is down. I said, crime is down? Who would think it's... Without even knowing, and I was right. The following day, DOJ announced numbers. I don't know who it was in DOJ, but somebody over there likes me. That crime is up 45%, murders up, numbers like you wouldn't even believe. And anybody would know that without even seeing charts. But it turned out to be a false attack. They attacked the word.
Oh, you turd, yes.
So you know all these things.
Yeah.
Charlottesville was totally.
I turned everything down except harassment.
Show on it how
I added moderation for harassment.
That's
why.
That's right. They even said.
Yeah.
But
I'll go turn that down too.
Correct her once, and they corrected me everything.
Crime is at historic lows still.
9 times or 11 times, and the audience was absolutely. They went crazy, and the real.
We need to go back because you might have missed what he just said. He's talking about the debate.
Yeah.
But all of them, and they didn't correct her once, and they corrected me everything I said practically. And I think 9 times or 11 times, and the audience was absolutely. They went crazy, and
there was no audience. There was no audience at that debate.
And the real, I thought it was, I walked off, I said, that was a great debate. I loved it. You know, you got a lot of people watch. I guess we had 75 million people watching, something like that. And you have to do well. You can't do badly. For instance, Biden didn't do so well in the previous debate because I had the 2 debates. I had one, we actually had 2 debates. You know, I had one against a man, and then they said, he's not doing well, take him out, put in a new one. And if she doesn't do well, I wonder if they're going to take her out. Just keep putting her. Let's see if we can get it right eventually. No, but a thing like that's never happened. It's never, you know, it's like a fighter. He knows more about fighting, but I love the
No, he doesn't.
Dana White, all those guys. Dana is great.
Well, your
right?
history in boxing is second to none.
I've had more Mike Tyson fights than anybody with Mike.
What?
And they're all great. And they're, you know.
Did Trump fight Mike Tyson? When did this happen?
It's a very hard thing to be a fighter. Number one, you have to be able to take hundreds of shots to the face within a couple of rounds and enjoy going out for the 5th round.
Yes.
You know, there aren't a lot of guys. A lot of great athletes have tried to be fighters. It doesn't work out so well. Very rarely does it work out. But this was something that was a very special moment. I thought this was a tremendous debate. And when you look at it, you know, it's interesting. Now that they're reviewing it, it was all word salad from her. The first question, I don't have an answer, is that. But the fake news said, oh, she did well. No matter what you do, if I were Winston Churchill, he was a great debater, by the way, and an elegant debater, if I were Winston Churchill, they would say, well, he was a...
Yeah, I try not to hit you with too much Trump.
That was the kind of stuff.
You were exactly the same as the previous debate. That's what, if you look at it, there was...
I think so.
Yeah, there was no difference.
I actually wanted that attitude. You know, I've had different attitudes, right?
Yeah.
And you never know.
He's got different attitudes.
Like Tyson said, he said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And there's a lot of truth to that, right?
No, yeah. I mean, you walked in, you caught 3 before you even said hello to you.
Well, I mean, I had people telling me that I'm wrong about things where I'm totally right. I was right about just about all of that stuff.
Wow.
They were correcting me. And I think my only regret is that I wanted to be elegant and I didn't want to go after.
I wanted to be elegant, Trump.
I wish I did, in a way.
Yes. Well, that's our job. We took care of them. We got
All right, we got to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with more from the future president.
I am not making you guys watch more. That is all we're watching of Trump on Gutfeld. The Teamsters came out and said they are not going to endorse either candidate in this upcoming election. You can remember that Sean O'Brien spoke at the RNC, was not invited to the DNC, decided not to endorse either candidate.
One of the nation's largest unions, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, says it won't make an endorsement in the 2024 presidential election, choosing not to throw the union's support behind
Hey, you Mary Jane.
Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. It's the first time the union has skipped an endorsement in a presidential race since 1996, having supported the Democratic nominee in each election since. We're joined now by Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir.
So you said one of the reasons why the Teamsters are withholding an endorsement is because neither candidate was able to make serious commitments to your union. There are Democrats who will look at what the Biden-Harris administration has already done, including directing a $36 billion bailout to rescue union pension plans, Teamsters pension plans, from insolvency, and wonder, what more of a commitment do you need?
Well, listen, that's a great point. President Biden and his administration did fix 300 pension funds that were critically in declining and on the verge of insolvency. But there's a backstory to all this. In 1980, in the Teamsters Union, we had 400,000 Teamster truck drivers in the freight division. Democratic legislation led by Senator Ted Kennedy and signed off by Joe Biden in 1980 passed trucking deregulation. And we lost 400,000 jobs. Companies went bankrupt, and that caused a huge strain on pension funds that just kept, each year it kept getting worse and worse. And yes, they fixed the problem, but that problem was created by the people that fixed the problem, and they don't want to recognize that. And I appreciate it. My members appreciate the pension being fixed.
What?
I always tell people, I broke my mother's window playing street hockey in 1980, and for 40 years she's been asking me to fix it. I finally fix it. Should I look for praise for fixing a problem that I helped create?
You were invited to address the Republican National Convention back in July, the first time a Teamsters leader had ever done so. Why are you withholding an endorsement from President Trump?
I went to the RNC not with an agenda other than or an endorsement. I went there to talk about American workers, talk about our struggles, talk about what both parties need to do to win back the support of American workers and how valuable American workers are. That, speaking at the Republican National Convention, we asked both the Democratic National Convention and the RNC at the same time, and we only heard back from the RNC. I would have gave the same speech at the DNC had we been given the opportunity.
I thought the Democrats should have had him.
Of Donald Trump after that interview he did with Tesla CEO Elon Musk, where Mr. Trump advocated for firing striking employees. Was that a breaking point for you?
It certainly didn't help. Look, I will never, ever allow people to fire workers for exercising their right to strike or organize, and I will call balls and strikes like I've done all along. And, former President Trump was out of line with his comments, and I expressed my feelings to him, but it resonated with our members, and that was one of the reasons that the International couldn't endorse President Trump either, amongst other reasons. We didn't get a commitment on vetoing national right to work, and conversely with Kamala Harris, we didn't get a commitment on protecting our members' right to strike under the Railway Labor Act. So there were a lot of mitigating factors on why we didn't endorse nationally. And look, by the polling alone that we did, our members sent a clear message to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We are getting attacked from the far left because we didn't make an endorsement, and the far right is not happy that we are working with some Republicans to try and get some things done. So this is an opportunity for both parties, Democrats, to reestablish their commitment and look back and say, something must be broken. Instead of looking to blame the leaders or the members, they should look in the mirror and say, how do we fix this? We were the working people party at one time, and it's an opportunity for Republicans who claim they want to be the working people's party. It's an opportunity for them to prove it. Support a version of the PRO Act. Support bankruptcy reform. Support issues that actually...
I agree with them on all those things.
And our system's broken, and it needs to be fixed. In the name-calling, the finger-pointing, it's got to end.
Following the National Teamsters non-endorsement, local Teamsters unions, as you well know, in the key battleground states...
About 1 million endorsed
announced their support for Harris. And there are nearly a dozen Teamsters locals and the Teamsters National Black Caucus all support.
Tim, good evening.
Do you risk looking out of step with the union rank and file?
No, I definitely don't look out of step with, because remember, we represent Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and clearly half of our membership are Democrats and half are Republicans, and some are independents as well. So we've got...
Yeah, I thought it was a little more
equally
slanted.
The local unions, they're autonomous. we're not a top-down organization. We're a bottom-up organization. Our members or the leaders have the ability to put boots on the ground and support the candidates that they want to support. The International, we just couldn't make that decision. And we have a very, very qualified general executive board of leaders around the country, and the non-endorsement was overwhelmingly supported.
Donald Trump is claiming this as a win. Here's what he told supporters at a rally last night in New York.
Earlier today, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. I love the Teamsters. But, you know, this hasn't happened in so many decades. We won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters and the members, and as a result, the national organization has refused to endorse the Democrat candidate for the first time in many, many decades.
So is what he said, is that accurate?
No, we released polling data that showed that he was ahead in the poll. It was an opinion of the members that actually took the time to poll. It wasn't an official endorsement of the membership, but the polling would suggest that people are favorable in voting for Trump, just as well as they may be favorable for voting for Vice President Harris.
The Harris campaign has picked up the endorsement and the support of other unions, the United Auto Workers, the AFL-CIO, United Steelworkers. What do you say to those who make the case that the Teamsters, in not endorsing at all, are trying to play both sides, trying to have it both ways?
We're certainly not trying to play both sides. Look, those unions have their own policies, procedures. Most of those unions, you mentioned the AFL-CIO, they jumped out in January for President Biden, some a little bit later in March. We have a system. We did something that we've never done before by polling our members. We did 3 major polls. We did a straw poll. We did a
straw poll for you
of 1.3 of our million members, electronic poll, and then we also did research-based polling. And the straw poll narrowly, President Biden won, and the other 2 polls that were participated in by our rank and file members showed that President Trump, former President Trump, was leading in those polls significantly.
Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien, thanks again for your time this evening.
Thank you very much.
He is not leading in my poll. T-minus, good evening, my friend. Welcome in. If you are watching on Twitch and you are not subbed, you're going to get a commercial break here in about a minute, but stick around. We got so much more we're going to talk about. Debate prep by Tim Walz. Apparently he picked Pete Buttigieg to be his debate buddy. Tim Pool is suing Kamala Harris. Jill Stein went on with that fuckwad right-winger Alex Stein. Hezbollah says the pager attack is a declaration of war. A sheriff killed a judge in rural Kentucky. This coming after a couple found the body of a man who ambushed vehicles on an interstate and led police on a manhunt for almost 2 weeks. We're going to hear from that couple and how they found the body. We're going to check in with the residents in Houston after the pipeline fire that burnt for almost a day at least. I don't know when they actually were able to get the pipeline turned off. Apparently a body was found inside of a vehicle, and I've got video of a python wrapping itself around a woman in Thailand. All that and a lot freaking more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. Felt like I was on the radio again doing the countdown. I was looking at the timer. Were they fucking in the woods? I don't know. That would make sense. Why were they in the woods? But then again, it's rural Kentucky. I know what we should do right now. We should get a little more high. While we wait on everybody. I don't know that there's anybody in the chat that doesn't have a sub. Why are my captions not working? Check 1 2. Check, check, check. I don't know what's going on. Why did I have a profanity filter on? Okay, there we go. Captions are back. I want to be as accessible as possible. Light one up, tip one back, motherfuckers. Freedom! Good evening. Simp, how dare you? How you gonna pull that on me? The timer has started. Flo, thank you. Light one up, tip one back. DJ Dub, did I tell you good evening? Welcome in, my friend. I have multiple beverages over here in my cubby hole. I have to watch though, because if Smokey comes over here, totally knocks shit over. I woke up this morning. I fell asleep with the PlayStation on. After I ate dinner last night on the couch, I made a potatoes Hasselback. It's where you make slits in the potato all the way through, and then you stuff butter and cheese in the slits. You take it out after about an hour and a half, and you put cheese on top of it. You put it back in for another 10 minutes. That's a potatoes Hasselback. Recipe calls for dump a little cream on it as well when you take it out and put the other helping of cheese. Do some cream, but like you've already got all that butter. It's already fucking insane. Ah, god damn it. And it's when I got off talking about food. All right, everybody's back from commercial break. Tim Walz selected Pete Buttigieg to be his debate buddy for the upcoming vice presidential debate. We were supposed to have a Senate debate tonight, but hung cow. That doesn't count as a profanity, does it? Yeah, Flo, like that's if you stay up streaming on Twitch, you'll get raids from people, and I think a lot of your views will be people that have fallen asleep. Sitting cow. I said hung cow, not sitting cow. Hung cow actually declined to debate Senator Tim Kaine tonight in Virginia. Kaine had accepted. We're going to get a debate between Hung Cow and Senator Tim Kaine on October 2nd. I don't believe we have any debates next week, unless there's something that gets scheduled this week, and I check on over the weekend. That's kind of what I've been doing. Every weekend, I kind of go and update the debate schedule and see what got announced this week. Unless there's something that gets announced this week and it's happening this, because that happens. I don't think we have a debate next week. I don't know what our next debate is. Of course, we had a lot of fun with the Washington State gubernatorial debate. I want to see a gubernatorial debate between Josh Stein and Mark Robinson in North Carolina, because you know that will be off the fucking wall. God damn it. Anyway, Tim Walz is preparing for his debate with J.D. Vance coming up at the end of this month.
Vice presidential nominee Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota is preparing to debate Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Here on CBS News, Harris campaign official tells CBS News Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is standing in debate prep for Vance during Walz's time with his advisors. The campaign also says this is an opportunity for the Minnesota governor to express Vice President Harris's vision and share it with the country. Joining us now is Robbie Mook, who was campaign manager for Secretary Hillary Clinton's 2020
I hate Robbie Mook
campaign. Robbie, great to see you. What are your expectations looking ahead to the vice presidential debate for vice presidential candidate Governor Tim Walz?
Well, I think both of these gentlemen are very capable debaters, but I have to say J.D. Vance is very different than Donald Trump. I think you're going to hear a lot of the same falsehoods and misinformation you heard from Donald Trump, but it's going to come
more eloquently.
In better packaging. J.D. Vance relishes debates. He's very good at them. He has a good track record on this. So I expect to see a very heated debate. The question for me, which is always the challenge for anybody debating Trump or, his followers.
Do you think I can get J.D. Vance's wife to leave him? Maybe. Live high on J.D. Vance couch money?
Versus how much can Walz get out the affirmative case he wants to make when you have so much misinformation?
I want to believe she's a good woman.
It can be really hard to get your own message.
Nix, good evening.
Robbie, I remember covering Secretary Clinton's campaign and coming to see you in New York. And Senator Tim Kaine was the running mate for Secretary Clinton, as we all recall. But do these vice presidential debates really matter? When you're a high-ranking Democrat working on a campaign like you did at the highest level, is this really a crucible in a presidential campaign, or is it more something on a checklist to get through in the final stretch?
I've never met anybody that I would consider being my wife before. But I'd probably consider it now because I am getting old, and like the rent's too damn high. It'd be a lot better to have somebody to split the bills with. And also, like, I'm too lazy to go out and try to get laid anymore, so I just kind of play video games all the time. So I need like a mommy that wants to also like use my body or something. I don't know. That's a weird thing to say. I cook. I really need a companion who has. If I was to get married, it'd be nice to it'd be more of a business decision. I need somebody who's got insurance, that works like a real job and has insurance. I can make money. I need somebody that's got a sugar mama would be nice, but I can pull my own weight. That's not a thing. How are you getting me? Exactly. Make her those Hasselback potatoes. I mean, if I fell in love with somebody, that'd be something, but I've told Sparkles that we can go move anywhere. We can have whatever kind of relationship. She's in a good relationship now, so more power to her. I was like, we can just share a house and not ever see each other, or whatever on the scale. Well, here's the thing: is I'm clean. I clean after myself somewhat. I'm not up to Curious's cleanliness standards. But I am not like a slob. My apartment does not look and smell bad. If it smells bad, it smells like cat piss, and that's, they're just overwhelming. There's a lot of them. Oh, I didn't even know she was here. But you always used to say my bathroom was grody. I was like, my bathroom's not grody. But you can look around on the other side of the toilet, and there'll be cat hair and dust up against the floor, and okay, that's kind of grody. But I clean my floors. I swept today, did the dishes and all that, and I cook. I'm a catch for a woman if she's got a real job and can get us both insurance. And I cook. I make money while sitting at home taking care of the pets. And I cook. I'm a catch, right? What did we got off topic completely? I'm amazed I didn't cuss.
Well, I think there's somewhere in between. Do I think this one debate changes the entire dynamic of the campaign? No. But at the same time, we saw a significant bump for Harris coming out of the first debate. And so I think this is
clean up after Socrates.
Much more important than other vice presidential debates that we've had.
He's on the couch right now.
And it's really, as long as Donald Trump doesn't choose to debate Harris again, this is really the last main national moment in the campaign. From then on out, it's mostly going to be rallies and get out the vote efforts. So I do think this is an important moment in the campaign.
When you look at Governor Walz, what do you believe is more important as a veteran strategist? Is it introducing himself further to the electorate, talking about his biography, the Harris-Walz stance on different issues, or is it about taking on Senator Vance? What's more important in this particular moment?
Well, whenever you're going into any debate, you have to be on offense. If you're on defense or just reacting to what the other person is putting out, you're losing. So he absolutely needs to come in with an affirmative case, not just for what he and Vice President Harris are planning to do, but also to put a sharp and critical lens to what Trump and Vance are planning to do. But as I said earlier, a major challenge for anyone debating Trump or his allies is they put out so much misinformation. You can get caught in this trap of having to fact check them constantly. And so Walz is going to have to make a lot of decisions on the fly about how much time to spend talking about the things he needs to talk about, the affirmative case he needs to make, versus correcting what I expect will be an enormous number of lies and amount of misinformation coming from J.D. Vance.
Since it's been a few years now, can you tell us, what did you give as advice to Senator Tim Kaine? He was facing off against a running mate for Donald Trump, just like Governor Walz is this time. What was your advice back then about how to handle the debate?
Well, I think J.D. Vance and Mike Pence are actually very similar. These are both very capable debaters, very smooth politicians, but also very capable of towing the line for Trump and mimicking the same lies and misrepresentations as Donald Trump. We've just seen in the last few days how J.D. Vance has refused to admit that this allegation that people were stealing people's pets and eating them, despite being told by the town manager that was false, in his own state, by the way, despite the town manager saying it was false, despite bomb threats into schools, events having to be canceled, major security situations, he has refused to admit the truth. And I think you're going to see that same thing at the debate. So Walz is going to need to be tough and hold him to account, but make sure that he spends enough time talking about what he will do for the American people too.
Robbie Mook, who knows politics as well as anybody, we really appreciate you taking the time.
Up yours, Robbie Mook.
Absolutely a pleasure. Thanks.
He's such a mook. I'm so close. 45 seconds. I'm acutely aware of it. Are you ready for the lawsuit of the century? The legal smackdown coming from one Mr. Tim Pool towards Kamala Harris.
It is the exact opposite of what was...
No, I think not. I did no such thing. Flash, explain yourself. Tim Pool is a slur. Goddamn. Fuck me, he's right.
Actually being said in the video. And so I will I will show you guys this filing, and we'll provide some commentary and understanding on what is currently going on here. The filing says in a post.
Oh my God! Beanie time! Damn it. All right, you guys listen to this.
It's now been viewed more than 12 million times. The Harris campaign stated Mr. Poole is promoting a, quote, plan to give former President Trump total unchecked legal power so they can jail and execute those who don't support Trump if he wins. The Harris campaign did not hedge this statement or couch it as opinion. To the contrary, to any reasonable reader, the Harris campaign was saying that Mr. Poole wants to suspend the Constitution, make Trump a dictator, and use state power to imprison and kill Mr. Poole and President Trump's political opponents. According to the Harris campaign, then Mr. Poole's plan is to imitate one of the hallmarks of the most abhorrent, murderous regimes of past and present. What the Harris campaign published was and is a lie. Mr. Poole has never advocated for the lawless, extrajudicial killing of his or anyone else's political opponents. To include in the video clip, the Harris campaign incorporated to its X post. Both the clip and its context demonstrate Mr. Poole's commitment to civil liberties, which is consistent with his past criticism of drone strikes involving American citizens in the war on terrorism. Shocked by the Harris campaign's malicious disregard for the truth, Mr. Poole almost immediately threatened legal action, but the post and the deception it creates remains to this.
I look better in the beanie than Tim Pool. I look like the Edge in the YouTube video Numb. Where he's got feet all over his face. Speaking of crappy music like U2, apparently Alex Stein, the right-wing comedian, had Green Party candidate Jill Stein on a show and sang her a song.
Well, Dr. Stein, you said it best. Really, I encourage people to really look into your platform. You're, in my opinion, a genius, and I appreciate you making time, but I wrote you a little song before you go. And since I'm Alex Stein, you almost feel like my mother or maybe my aunt. I might lie and say that you are my aunt so I can get into nightclubs and special events, but before I do that, I wanted to write you a song. So, it's Aunt Jill. She's back on the scene, running for the prez of the Green Party machine. She's got that eco swag, solar power gleam, fighting climate change like it's a bad dream. In 2016, she made a scene with a Moscow dinner, but she kept it real clean. Sat by Putin, but she wasn't their tool. She was just trying to make diplomacy cool. Yeah, it's Aunt Jill rolling in her Prius ride, talking clean energy, cause she's full of pride. Green New Deal, baby, let's make it work. But some be like Jill, she's kind of a quirk. She's Jill Stein, the eco queen, fighting for the planet like you've never seen. All right, that's our song. We love you.
This is Alex Stein's show on Blaze TV. We're going to watch it again.
Well, Dr. Stein, you said it best. Really, I encourage people to really look into your platform. You're, in my opinion, a genius, and I appreciate you making time, but I wrote you a little...
Please, no!
You almost feel like my mother or maybe my aunt. I might lie and say that you are my aunt so I can get into...
My revenge for the no profanity ticker.
Write you a song. So, it's Aunt Jill. She's back on the scene, running for the prez of the Green Party machine. She's got that eco swag, solar power gleam, fighting climate change like it's a bad dream. In 2016, she made a scene with a Moscow dinner, but she kept it real clean. Sat by Putin, but she wasn't their tool. She was just trying to make diplomacy cool. Yeah, it's Aunt Jill rolling in her Prius ride, talking clean energy, cause she's full of pride. Green New Deal, baby, let's make it work. But some be like Jill, she's kind of a quirk. She's Jill Stein, the eco queen.
She had kitty. One redeeming quality about Jill Stein. She had kitty. Jill Stein had a pussy. Was Alex Stein intended? I am sure there was some overlap between Tenet and The Blaze. There's no doubt in my mind. The Blaze is Glenn Beck's outlet. Over the course of Monday and Tuesday, Multiple attacks happened apparently at the behest of Israel in Lebanon, where pagers, walkie-talkies exploded. We're going to hear from doctors describing the scene that some civilians faced thanks to Israel's actions against supposed Hezbollah terrorists.
We do begin, though, with breaking news. A rapid escalation in fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, a militant group based in Lebanon.
Common understatement.
Israel's military says 2 soldiers were killed by Hezbollah strikes in northern Israel. And the Israeli military started striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon today, saying it has plans to do more in what it calls the northern arena. The Israeli strikes came just minutes before the leader of Hezbollah spoke for the first time since those deadly device explosions in Lebanon. He said that those explosions crossed a red line and could be called a declaration of war. The number of people killed by the exploding pagers and walkie-talkies continues to rise.
As they were at a funeral.
7 people have died. Thousands more have been injured. So far, there are no reports of any new device explosions today. Joining me now, NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, there have been a lot of moving parts today, a lot to track. What else is the Israeli military saying about its strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon today?
Well, Israel is confirming that its forces have been bombarding southern Lebanon, not only with airstrikes, Kate, but also with artillery. But importantly, a senior official told NBC News that Israeli troops are not crossing the border on the ground. In other words, this is not the start of a potential ground incursion into Lebanon that many have been fearing for quite some time. But in the last hour or so, we also heard from the Israeli defense minister in a briefing about what's happening on Israel's northern border, where he once again called this a new phase of the war. He said that in this phase there are opportunities for Israel, but also significant risks, and that the sequence of Israel's military actions will continue. So he seems to at least be suggesting that this could not be over. And in fact, if you listen to what Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of...
Are they wanting to take over Lebanon?
Also indicated that they think that the Israeli actions may not be finished. And so you take all of this together, and there is certainly a significant concern about the potential for further escalation in the coming hours and days, Kate.
Josh, thank you. Let me bring in NBC News national security and global affairs reporter Dan DeLuce. Dan, we mentioned before there have not been any new explosions of devices in Lebanon today that we know of. I know you just spoke with a former senior Israeli security official about those blasts. What did he tell you?
He's saying that those were basically targets of opportunity, that this was a, use it or lose it moment, as they put it. In other words, this was not a part of a larger strategic operation that was supposed to precede some kind of major...
some dude just buying fruit.
On Lebanon, that there was a temporary window where they
could use, good evening.
This capability they had.
No, I was not aware of this. I was not aware they had greater aspirations.
That is an interesting insight. That's also really the working assumption of Western...
Fred, good evening.
The U.S. government as well. And then just to echo what Josh is hearing here in Washington, the Biden administration does not at this moment believe that Israel is using those pager attacks and exploding walkie-talkies to launch some wider major offensive.
They're trying to goad Lebanon into, or Hezbollah.
And we don't know exactly how Hezbollah is going to respond after really a humiliating setback with these exploding communication systems that's just caught them completely by surprise.
Yeah.
This is my second 10 minutes in a row, so I'm acutely aware. Because I have messed it up bad multiple times already. So I am very much aware that I am not going to do a profanity in the next 35 seconds.
Dan, thank you. Josh, let me go back to you. We've been hearing from doctors treating people injured by those device explosions. One of the doctors described wounds that she had never seen before. What else are we hearing?
Well, Kate, NBC spoke with the chief medical officer of the American University in Beirut Hospital, a major medical center there, who said they've never seen this kind of pace of injuries. They've seen about 150 people coming in. They say that there are 12 operating rooms at that hospital. All 12 have been operating around the clock, essentially no separation where they
I'm fucking sure.
On their hands, on their eyes, on their face. They say that right now they have the supplies.
20 fuckers are going to redeem another 10 minutes on me.
Situation.
Thanks for watching.
Shut the fuck up, Lester.
Top stories on
Hezbollah sees the pager and walkie-talkie attacks as a... Aw. Hezbollah sees this as a declaration of war. Yep, there we go. There we go.
Israel says it's carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon.
Fuck.
As the leader of the terror group says the past 2 days of attacks amount to a declaration of war. Sources say that Israel was behind a wave of explosions targeting Hezbollah members using their pagers and walkie-talkies. Those attacks Tuesday and Wednesday killing 37 people, including 2 children, and injuring nearly 3,000 other people. Israel has not yet claimed responsibility. I'm joined now by our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz. She's in Tel Aviv. Martha,
but it was totally Israel, right?
Israel to Hezbollah and its leader calling those device explosions a declaration of war.
Well, I have to say that Israel and Israeli officials seem unfazed and believe that was just an expected response. And instead, Kira, as you were just saying...
Ooh, that's not a bad idea, Mitochondria.
Lebanon, of course, for months now and pretty much since October 7th, there's been tension between Lebanon...
I've also thought that I can redeem, I can put up, you can redeem changing the color of my bandana. Would you like that one as well?
And Israel, and they've exchanged fire along that border, but it seemed particularly intense today, Kira.
Well, the fighting is actually going both ways. Hezbollah also launching multiple rockets into northern Israel.
They're all about going both ways.
Yeah, and again, an exchange of fire has been going on for months, but they did much more of that today. Hezbollah has been crippled in many ways by these attacks on these pagers, these operatives. Having that many Hezbollah operators dismantled in many ways and out of the fight and unable to communicate, really the only way Hezbollah has now to react to Israel or to attack Israel is with missiles and rockets, and they have hundreds of thousands of missiles and rockets that they can rain down on Israel. But right now, that organization has been badly hurt by what sources are telling us Israel is responsible for in those attacks on pagers and walkie-talkies.
So are the U.S. and allies working to de-escalate the situation now, or are they becoming just more resigned to the idea of a wider war?
I think the U.S. has been doing everything they possibly can to try and
Really?
Although Secretary of State Tony Blinken left the region today, he actually never came to Israel, and he usually does on his many trips here. I mean, that may be an indication that he just doesn't think it will do much good at this point. But the U.S. has been stressing again and again, trying to de-escalate. Remember, Israel has been at war here in Gaza for almost a year because of those brutal attacks by Hamas militants, Hamas terrorists on Israelis on October 7th. So the Gaza war is raging. The U.S. is trying to get a ceasefire there. And in the meantime, things are heating up in northern Israel. In fact, they have sent more troops up there, up north, the Israelis have.
So I understand, just returned to the kibbutz that was destroyed on October 7th. We'll never forget that horrific attack. It's been almost
never forget
since Hamas carried out just that viciousness. What did you find there? With whom did you speak?
Well, Kira, it was actually a very emotional trip. I was at this particular kibbutz Kfar Aza, right after the attacks on October 7th, a few days later, when you could still see the destruction, smell the death. They had so many killed there and so many kidnapped, and still held hostage. I talked to the family of twin boys, 27-year-old twin boys, Gali and Ziv Berman, talked to their older brother who visits the kibbutz often, and he says when he's there, he's talking to his brothers, telling them to stay strong, trying to relive memories of good times that they all had together, but we were surrounded by the destruction. They've obviously just left this kibbutz as it was. It has not really been cleaned up, so it's very powerful to walk through with their older brother and see their shoes on the floor and see bullet holes in the wall and know they believe those boys are still alive, but no, they are still being held hostage in Gaza while the war rages on. Kira?
It's heartbreaking. Look forward to more of your coverage, Martha. Thank you. Great to have you from Tel Aviv. Let's continue the conversation now. Mick Mulroy, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense.
Mick Mulroy.
Let's talk, Mick, more about these attacks and how they unfolded Tuesday and Wednesday. Hezbollah decides, let's ditch the cell phones. Let's go back to pagers. We're being tracked. We're being listened to. Obviously, the pagers and the walkie-talkies weren't safe either. This was a pretty intricate plan that what is believed to be carried out by Mossad, Israel's spy agency.
That's right, Karen. It's likely that they looked at those cell phones as really problematic because they are very easy to track. They receive and emit signals, of course, and they have a built-in GPS tracking system. So it made sense for them to go to pagers, which only receive, they don't transmit. But they didn't expect that they probably had a leak in their plan, and Israel was able to actually create a front company, it looks like now, to build these things, not just intercept pagers they actually during the supply chain. And they inserted them. I think it was probably intended to be used when they actually launched an invasion into Lebanon, if that were to occur. That would certainly cause a lot of issues when it comes to coordination for Hezbollah to try to combat that. But probably something was compromised, and they felt like they had to go ahead and do this now, let these pagers be dismantled and not be able to be used. But it certainly caused major disruption inside Hezbollah and a lot of casualties.
And now you have Hezbollah's leader vowing to fight on, acknowledging these attacks were a major blow to the terror group. How do you think what we've been witnessing within these 2 days, how do you think it's going to impact Hezbollah's capabilities now?
Well, it's certainly going to reduce their confidence in their leadership, who's obviously responsible with equipping them. Every technological advice that they use now is going to be suspect.
Ain't gonna use no pagers no more.
Casualties are significant. So you take thousands of fighters off the front lines. It's a big issue. So whether they can even launch a significant retaliation now is in question. But if the war in the north were to now proceed, if that is what happens, and we should all hope it does not, they are going to be significantly changed by this activity, not just the casualties, but just their confidence in the ability to communicate and to replace the systems they really don't have right now.
So what are you watching for in terms of just retaliation? And do you think that a wider war is inevitable at this point?
I don't believe it's inevitable because I don't think Hezbollah would like to see it happen. I think all throughout this, we were concerned that these 150,000 so missiles and rockets and drones that Hezbollah had could really overwhelm the Israeli Iron Dome defense system. But the Israeli...
Booby trap. Did you say booby trap? Is that almost like a titty slap?
A titty slap!
Come on now.
Israelis, if you remember, just a few weeks ago, really preempted and took a lot of strikes, which is believed that they really reduce their capabilities to launch that type of attack. I don't think it certainly is eradicated, and I'm sure they can, but Hezbollah is probably looking at multiple different ways to attack, to include...
All right, Mick Mulroy, will...
I believe she cut him off. I think a titty slap could be a booby trap, but not all booby traps are titty slaps. You see what I'm saying? But a titty slap could be a booby trap. Booby trapped with a titty slap. A longtime CIA officer has been sentenced to 30 years in prison for assaulting dozens of women.
A longtime CIA officer has been sentenced to 30 years in prison for sexually assaulting more than 24 women.
I just said that.
Prosecutors say Brian Jeffrey Raymond drugged, photographed, and assaulted the women at his postings around the world, dating back to 2006. 48-year-old was found to have had more
exactly what I would expect him to look
images
like
of his victims. Yesterday, Raymond said, quote, "There are no words to describe how sorry he is." Authorities praised the victims who came forward, about a dozen of whom were there in the courtroom. One of those women said afterwards, quote, "I hope he is haunted by the consequences of his actions for the rest of his life."
Hope he does not make it out of prison. 30 years, though, it's possible he will survive. Someone who did not survive was this judge in Kentucky, apparently shot by a sheriff. This is the Kentucky State Police giving an update from Whitesburg, Kentucky.
First name Matt, M-A-T-T, last name Gayhart, G-A-Y-H-E-A-R-T, title Trooper with Kentucky State Police, Post 13 Hazard.
You're ready for your state.
Okay, as of right now, Kentucky State Police is still ongoing in the investigation of the shooting that took place here in Letcher County earlier this date. At this time, we can confirm that the district judge was shot and unfortunately has passed away. So as of right now, that's the new information that we have. Again, this is still an isolated incident. We do have an arrest that was made. Hopefully have that information for you guys as we move forward. As of right now, that's all I have. But it is an isolated incident. There is no threat to the public right now.
Are you able to share names at this point?
At this time, that is the only name that we can share. As we move forward and get a little more information, hopefully we can go ahead and relay that to you guys.
Are you able to share exactly what time it happened and where in the courthouse it happened?
It did take place inside the courthouse.
It was inside the judge's chambers. This was earlier today. They've actually had another update.
Tell us so far about the investigation.
This investigation today, Kentucky State Police Post 13 Hazard received a call shortly before 3 p.m. In reference to shots being fired inside the Letcher County Courthouse. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services.
As we understand it right now, a sheriff allegedly shot and killed a judge in Letcher County, Kentucky.
Responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins with several gunshot wounds.
Prometheus
were taken, however, were unsuccessful. He was pronounced deceased on scene by Letcher County Coroner's Office. At that time,
his name is Kevin Mullins in Letcher County, Kentucky. He is probably part of my family.
Preliminary investigation indicated that Letcher County Sheriff Mickey Sean Steins fired at District Judge Kevin Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse.
Now, was there any motive, or was this just, what, did he go there to do that, or what do you...
At this time, that's questions that we're still trying to get answers to, what led up to the...
He did it in the judge's chambers.
And the moments prior to.
Sir, did the shooting take place inside the judge's chambers?
That's correct.
Was anyone else present?
There was other people present inside the building as well.
But not inside the chambers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there video, a camera that's inside that chamber?
As far as I'm aware, I think there is video from within the facility.
Are you able to tell us where those gunshots were at?
As far as locations, I do not. That's information that I don't know. And again, that's stuff that will be uncovered and identified later on.
How many shots?
At this time, we don't know.
Did you speak to any of the witnesses you mentioned?
Me personally, I did not. Every witness that was inside the building will be interviewed as standard protocol throughout the investigation.
He's the sheriff. He probably thinks he can get off.
Was arrested on scene without incident shortly after officials arrived.
Do we know if he's personal?
At this time, I am unable to answer.
Do we know if he's cooperated yet?
As far as I know, yes.
Do we know what charges are pending for him?
Sheriff Steins was placed under arrest and transported to a correctional facility. He was charged with one count of murder in the first degree.
Now, will the sheriff's office have any you know, will they be helping out with this investigation?
The Kentucky State Police will take the lead on this. Post 13 detectives will be carrying the investigation.
I know schools were placed on lockdown in the area and students were held back. Is there any advice or what is going to go on tomorrow with schools or businesses that might be interested in closing, staying open?
So this was an isolated incident. We did place the school on temporary lockdown because we didn't know exactly what we were dealing with. Once we were here and was able to clear the scene and deemed that there was no further threat to public, we went ahead and released that lockdown and they went on about their day.
There are a lot of rumors going on social media right now, and it seems tensions might be high within this community. Is there anything that you can say to people right now?
We could use everybody's prayers, send prayers for the family that they get through this difficult time.
And from rural to Russell to now Letcher County, what is these past couple of weeks been like for the state police?
Very busy. It's been very busy, but that's what we're here to do. We're going to carry out and do our jobs in the way we need to.
What they are making reference to is the manhunt that went on for almost 2 weeks in Kentucky came to an end yesterday when a body was found by a couple. Let's hear from the couple that found the body. An almost 2-week-long manhunt for a man who ambushed cars on an interstate in rural Kentucky.
YouTube channel that was in the woods live streaming as the body was found.
WKYT's Jeremy Toms is joining us now live. Jeremy, you just had a chance to actually interview that couple a few minutes ago. What did they say?
Yeah, Bill and Amber, we are here at the 49er Fuel Center, and that is where I was able to meet up with Fred and Sheila McCoy. As you mentioned, that is the couple who says that they found this body in the vicinity of exit 40.
Yeah, they probably have like some wilderness channel or some shit.
The same one that law enforcement are working to identify at this very moment. This couple tells me that they weren't just hiking, they were hunting. They've been looking for Joseph Couch, and it all started as a date night idea 6 days ago. They've been posting
a date night idea. This is Eastern Kentucky, my friends. There's some kind of survivalists, I bet. Remember, this is rural fucking Kentucky. It does not get any more rural than this.
Identify at this very moment. This couple tells me that they weren't just hiking, they were hunting. They've been looking for Joseph Couch, and it all started as a date night idea 6 days ago. They've been posting a series of videos on their YouTube.
Look at that machete.
The channel is titled Hatfield's and McCoy's Museum Adventures, and each day you'll see they've come out with a new episode of this series they've titled Bounty Hunters. They were live streaming today when they tell me they came upon the body, and they walked me through what that search has been like and what ultimately led them back to this area.
Anywhere we could look, and Saturday we come out of here and seen a bunch of vultures up there.
What does his shirt say? Caution man what? What does it say under there? I've got to know. Look at that hat.
Ultimately led them back to this area.
Anywhere we could look, and Saturday we come out of here and seen a bunch of vultures up there, and what we'd been looking for, if somebody's dead, they're going to be the vultures. Follow the vultures, and there's only about 5 or 6. They were lighting on that tower up there, and we figured just a small animal where they was just so.
Oh, he's absolutely conservative.
Come back Sunday and Monday, and more and more. Today there was about 50.
And Fred McCoy tells me that, you know, when I asked him, are you confident that this could be Joseph Couch? He said, who else would be out in these woods? So, you know, we'll wait to see.
Caution man working.
But they say they had a couple of different motives to go out into these woods. For one, they wanted a piece of that reward that people have been offering for Joseph Couch's capture, but they also wanted to bring some sense of normalcy back to these communities. They say that they hate what they've seen happen to these local residents who have had to deal with school closures, business closures, and more as so many law enforcement officers work to find this person. Again, we'll wait to see just who this body is identified as, but right now it could have been a couple from the Hatfield and McCoy Museum Adventures YouTube page who stumbled upon the end of this long search. Live in Laurel County, I'm Jeremy Toms, WKY.
I mean, weird shit happens in Eastern Kentucky all the time. I can tell you that. Weird shit happens in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, too. In today's episode of What the Fuck is Up with Fort Worth? Dallas edition. District clerk recovering in the hospital after being attacked in downtown Dallas.
270 employees work in the district clerk's office, but Dallas County District Clerk Felicia Petrie can't stop replaying what happened to one employee.
I was shocked. And then when I found out it was my clerk, I was upset.
Her employee, the woman seen in this video, attacked last Thursday in downtown Dallas in broad daylight.
Wow.
Petrie says she left on her lunch break around 1 in the afternoon.
She's standing there, helpless really, because when he attacked her, her back was to him. She didn't even see him coming.
Petrie says she is still in the hospital recovering, but suffered facial fractures. Dallas police have charged 36-year-old Antonio Banks with aggravated assault. A new affidavit says he followed her for at least 10 minutes from Commerce Street to Ackert Street. Police arrested Banks on the 16th for trespassing, and the affidavit says they were able to connect him to this assault because he was wearing the same exact clothes, down to his mismatched shoelaces.
Oh, now that he's been arrested, there's a sense of relief.
Was this random?
I audibly screamed.
Jennifer Scripps is the president and CEO of Downtown Dallas, Inc. She says security guards responded to the attack within minutes, but she says this should be a serious warning to others.
Keep your wits about you, as always. You know, this is a good reminder to all of us, just, you know, to always be looking out for our neighbors.
Petrie says the woman will soon be checked into a rehab facility.
It's just going to force me to do some things different.
She's working to start self-defense training classes for her department. Because this...
It looks like he's got like a fire extinguisher.
We just take things for granted.
In Dallas.
First time seeing the video, I thought it looked like he pushed her.
But Dallas County...
It does look like he struck her with something.
Can't stop replaying.
An e-scooter.
To one employee.
I was shocked. And then when I found out it was my clerk, I was upset.
Her employee, the woman seen in this video, last Thursday in downtown Dallas in broad daylight. Petrie says she left on her lunch break around 1 in the afternoon.
She's standing.
Yeah, I thought he pie-faced her at first, but no, he hit her with that e-scooter thing.
Was to him. She didn't even see him coming.
Petrie says she is still in the hospital recovering, but
I bet
fractures. Dallas police have charged 36-year-old Antonio Banks with aggravated assault. A new affidavit says he followed her for at least 10 minutes from Commerce Street to Ackert.
Probably lucky to be alive. Goddamn.
Banks on the 16th for trespassing. And the affidavit says they were able to connect him to this assault because he was wearing the same exact clothes, down to his mismatched shoelaces.
Oh, now that he's been arrested, there's a sense of...
They can see his shoelaces?
I audibly screamed.
Jennifer Scripps is the president and CEO of Downtown Dallas, Inc. She says...
If you are watching on Twitch, we got to do the commercial break thing. We've still got some crazy videos coming up. I'm going to give you an update on the pipeline fire from Houston. Video of an officer jumping from a moving vehicle to try to save somebody having a medical emergency. Passengers bleeded. Passengers were bleeding from their ears on a flight. I bet it was a Boeing. Got video of a python wrapped around a woman. You want to see all that shit on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. We get the 3 minutes out of the way. Nobody misses any content. We're just going to get high and wait on you guys. I think that worked. Let's get high. How's everybody tonight? Mary Jane, I hope you're well. Do I need to grind up some more? I do. Make some pot stickers. Oh, that's not marijuana. Pot stickers. I guess it's not Chinese, it's Asian. Because the Vietnamese have pot stickers. I gotta grind it up here. God, I miss my long hair. I know it's getting back there, but it's still not there yet. Need to get some conditioner. I only have shampoo. I've only had shampoo for a while. It doesn't exactly play well. Start working on my hair. I want some pot stickers now, Simp. Bring me some. Sparkles was talking about, she made a stew. She snuck out from work to go home early for a little bit to put a stew on in her crock pot. Pantene 2-in-1, fuck the world. I don't like coconut. Lenny, I want to do stand-up comedy. I haven't done it in a really long time. I like to go back to doing it. I just don't have the time. That's my ultimate goal for my 40s, you know, maybe another 4 years on the grind, and maybe I can do 5 to 10 years as a road comic. Be able to do the Troll Patrol and promote my stops along the way in the U.S. That's what a working comic, Prometheus. Someone who's not, you know, famous, but can go, and usually they'll do like an open mic for all the local comics, and then they'll have somebody that's like a feature. Oh, Curiouser. This woman told me that she'd pray for me. I told her if she was going to mumble my name to herself under her breath, she should do it while she's masturbating. That way at least one of us gets something out of it. You seriously didn't get it? I heard Fox was bringing back Cosmos. They're going to do another season of it. They did a season a few years back. The Christians got all upset, and they said they wanted equal time on Cosmos to promote their Christianity. Said equal time on Cosmos. It's like Nambla asking for equal time on To Catch a Predator. I found this thing on Facebook. It was called Christian Pirate Radio. It didn't make any sense to me. Those words didn't go together. Christian Pirate Radio? Maybe their catchphrases. Arg men. Perhaps instead of making you walk the plank, they nail you to it. You didn't think I was going to come at you with jokes, did you? You didn't think I had them. I have no idea, Simp. I don't hear the music. I put some new shit on here though. It is royalty free music. But I freshened up the music the other day. I put like 3 or 4 new tracks. I never did click on the Christian Pirate Radio thing. Figure it out. A very cute trans girl hit on me. And she was like, I saw your set and I really like the Christian Pirate Radio thing. And I was like, really? That's why that stuck out to me. All right, go ahead, light one up, tip one back. Residents of a Houston neighborhood, they were tired of having a gas pipeline lit up.
And the pipeline explosion in LaPorte on Monday is now the subject of a criminal investigation. Sky Fox giving us a live look over the scene right here. Still,
plot thickens.
The Harris County Medical Examiner's Office removed human remains from the SUV. Officials say hit the pipeline valve, igniting this massive fire. Fox 26 reporter Leslie Delaspore is near the fire where the county judge spoke earlier. Leslie.
Yeah, the biggest concern for Judge Hidalgo after speaking with first responders is, one, why are repairs taking so long? Take a look behind me here. You can see some of that work happening. She's also concerned about why the timeline keeps changing and how are residents doing. Take a listen.
Right now, since that has kept going and they've taken the pressure down to 0, then what's left is just
Mama ass.
This is what Judge Hidalgo says continues to burn 4 days after the massive 700-foot fire Monday.
It's like when you put gas in your car, and so there's the liquid gasoline, and then there are the gases that you can smell coming out. So these materials that flow through the pipeline expand a whole lot more than gasoline.
She is Lena Hidalgo. She's the Harris County judge. And for those who are unaware, this is like the a county supervisor, county mayor. They call them different things in different places. This is like the mayor of the county. This is the chief executive of the county. Is Lena Hidalgo. And damn girl, damn.
Expand a whole lot more than gasoline, and those are the gases that have been pouring out of where the valve used to be.
The next steps, Judge Hidalgo says, include work being done by crews. That includes putting stopples on both sides of the pipeline that will create a vacuum to remove the remaining liquid that is keeping this flame going, and capping the valve by welding it.
But depending on how large the opening is and what it looks like, that may take more time or less time. The other possible concern is whatever material from the surrounding pipelines having any sort of flammability, which of course would put first responders at risk. And so for that reason, our hazmat teams are still out here. And so one of the things that we want to look at going forward is what can we do so that elsewhere in the county, these pipelines and valves that are above the earth can be protected by concrete as opposed to simply these fences.
After speaking with officials and first responders, she had a chance to meet with residents, going door to door, some still without power, sharing what they went through, including Robert Blair, who was home when the explosion happened.
There's some broken windows, there's some messed up screens, there's some water lines over here that feed the irrigation system that are melted. A little damage to my truck here in the back, not bad. The fire department had laid my water hose on it and let the water run, or it would look like these.
Oh, damn!
Melted.
Judge Hidalgo also said she feels that Energy Transfer and firefighters are working in good faith, just like they're doing in front of you here, but she believes the pipeline should have been better protected. And at 6, you'll hear from one neighbor who describes in detail how much water damage his home really had. Reporting from Deer Park, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
Damn.
That you can follow this investigation into the pipeline fire on Fox Local. We have a section on the app dedicated with interviews from residents affected by this fire, also a lot of other information. We will also post updates from investigators on there. Fox Local, again, is free to download, and you can download it on your smart TV, and that does include Samsung.
I think they're investigating it as a possible murder. We don't really know yet. Still very early. So we're going to Macomb County, Michigan, I believe. This is wild video of an officer jumping from a moving vehicle.
They don't teach this move at the academy. A daring deputy taking us through the amazing save she made climbing into the vehicle of a driver who had lost control behind the wheel. Wow, we're glad you're with us tonight for Local 4 News at 6. I'm Devin Skillian.
I'm Kimberly Gill. The Macomb County Sheriff's deputy you're about to hear from risked her own safety on a busy stretch of Gratiot Avenue. The stunt captured on 2 different cameras. Sean Lay got a chance to speak with her. Sean, she felt this was the only solution to a dangerous situation.
Only solution of a car going down Gratiot, an SUV, and the driver like this, hands not on the wheel, kind of incapacitated. She had one move. She's just the deputy to pull off this move, to jump through an open window of the driver's side, land here, and
did she do parkour or some shit?
Would not be able to pull it off. I'm going to get right to this video.
As far as stopping that vehicle any other way, I didn't have any other ideas.
That is Macomb County Sheriff's Deputy Nicole Myron, and you can see she's a small person but big, on guts and quick decision making. It's all on video. Last week, an SUV slowly weaving down Gratiot in Mount Clemens. Its driver, he was in a daze, hands at his side, not on the wheel. He was unresponsive. He was going to get hurt or hurt someone else. Myron told her partner, Deputy Anthony Gross, to get their SUV close, and then she does this ninja Spider-Man move from Sheriff's SUV
with her keys in her hands
into the passenger seat to stop the SUV. What did you think to do that?
Okay, so before that, I'm thinking of all the options we have. I mean, there's not many. At that point, I let him know. I'm like, I'm gonna go through my partner. I let him know I'm gonna go through the window, and that's what I did. The front window. I jumped right over him in the front window.
It didn't look like the vehicle was going very fast. 10, 15 miles an hour.
You didn't question it? Like, okay, she's gonna jump.
She had that idea. I was gonna trust her with it.
When you watched it, what did you think?
Well, I'm thinking what's going through their mind, but then I'm kind of going back and saying, you know what? They saw that they had a problem. They came up with a plan. They executed the plan, and everything worked.
Luckily, I'm a smaller person, so it worked out in my favor.
Superhero type stuff.
People asking for autographs, yeah.
Did you get an autograph?
I have not given.
I want
my
your
partner's
autograph.
being really funny.
Way to go. Yeah, excellent work. We didn't catch that. Deputy was saying that some of the other deputies say that was like Speed, the movie. I want your autograph. I want her autograph too. Look, we had a great time talking to her. Let's get to the guy behind the wheel having the medical issue. That's all that can be said about that. Did not want to talk about it today. He is fine. That's the thing. Come over this way real quick, guys, because we enjoyed talking.
Good job, cop.
Attention being paid. But listen, once and go down on the pavement, bad news. Anything could happen. So she truly did risk it all diving through that window. What a move.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm really speechless. Okay, Sean, glad it all worked out. We appreciate your report.
I will give props to the cops where props are due, and props to that officer. It was just for effect. It was for dramatic effect on the news. Speaking of medical emergencies, passengers on a plane apparently started bleeding from their ears. Was it a Boeing?
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. It is a flight these passengers will never forget.
A Delta jet had just taken off from Salt Lake City when something went wrong with the pressurization. Several passengers started screaming in pain, bleeding from their ears or their nose. Jim Moraes says the aircraft immediately turned around and made an emergency landing back where it had just taken off.
Terror for these airline passengers when they started bleeding from their ears and nose.
Delta 12 bleeding from their wherever.
Aboard the Delta Airlines Boeing 737 happened minutes after takeoff from Salt Lake City.
Almost fell.
As the flight ascended to 10,000 feet, passengers grabbed their ears in excruciating pain. J.C. Purser says the pressure actually caused her eardrum to burst.
What did it feel like for you?
At first, my ear was just popping over and over.
Bagheera.
And then I got like a stabbing sensation. It felt like I was being stabbed in my ear.
Coworker Josh Day actually had blood dripping out of his ear.
Just kept building that pressure, almost like someone squeezing a stress ball and never letting go. It hurt so bad, I started crying.
Passenger Karen Allen says it was scary. When you see people bleeding from their ears and their nose, that's got to be terrifying.
Yeah, to realize that many people had blood coming out of their ears and some out of their noses was pretty unsettling.
The airline says the aircraft was unable to pressurize above 10,000 feet.
Sending below 10,000 for a cabin altitude warning. It just started going up and down like this, and that's when we knew something is not right with this plane.
They did announce that they were returning to the Salt Lake airport, but they still didn't tell us what was wrong. It would have been nice to know exactly what was wrong because people were in pain.
The flight made an emergency landing back in Salt Lake City where paramedics treated 10 passengers.
That sudden loss of pressurization just absolutely wreaked havoc on their sinuses and caused a great deal of pain.
Delta released this statement saying, "We sincerely apologize to our customers."
There's a lot of people grabbing their ears, baby was screaming, people were holding their nose.
10 people were hurt, 3 of whom sought medical attention. The plane was taken out of service while the pressurization problem was fixed. It was back in the air the following day.
I hope they get some money out of it. Thank you, Deborah Norval. Greatly appreciate your reporting. I'm going to hit the content warning for this one. I think the woman in the video is okay. But I'm going to hit the content warning. Some of you may really not want to see this. Happened in Thailand. A giant python wrapped itself around this woman.
หัวอยู่ข้างล่างเหรออย่าเพิ่งป้าอย่าเพิ่งกระดิกยิ่งกระดิกมันจะยิ่งรัดใช่ไหม
We covered a story of a woman who was killed by a giant python. Apparently this woman survives.
มันรัดเพิ่มไหมหรือยัง
Yes, I am terrified. Oh my God, I can't believe that. How is she that calm?
อยู่ข้างล่างเหรออย่าเพิ่ง
Oh my God.
ยิ่งกระดิกมันจะยิ่งรัดใช่ไหม
Is she lucky that it's not like able to get completely around her because of all the stuff around her?
มันรัดเพิ่มไหมหรือยังเห็นป่ะฮะหัวอยู่ข้างล่างเหรออย่าเพิ่งป้า
Jesus Christ. A 64-year-old woman was preparing to do her evening dishes at home outside of Bangkok when she felt a sharp pain in her thigh and looked down to see a huge python taking hold. A123. What is going on, my friend? Are you up for an argument? Do you want to argue? Do you want to tell me about your Trump fetish? I'd love to hear it, my friend. 917-830-4359. Or you can hop in the Discord. My cat is voting for Harris. All three of them. I love it. Clinically's like pythons are little bitches. Someone messaged me and said we need to talk soon. Do you have a clean line? What in the... I just admitted to free line voter fraud. Right, don't play fair. Good evening. Hold on. We've got messages. What in the hell? Why do I keep having issues? See if that fixes it.
Damn it. Man, I just watched you take your fourth toke on your bong there. I'm bummed that we didn't get to talk. Let's try it again.
We did get to talk, though, didn't we?
Talked about the problems and cited governor's line.
Man, I tried. I get to work early in the morning, so not going to happen this evening. But look forward to talking to you sometime here in the near future.
We totally talked to him.
Do your program Sunday nights at 8. So let's touch base maybe next week. Thank you so much, Justin.
Rather than amplifying the work.
He was a nice enough guy. 123, you want to call in, my friend? A123? Hey-oh. Did you run away? That was he called in, he said I was more complex than I looked at the end of the call. Yes, D's nuts, you can leave a message. And sometimes I'll go back and listen to them. Do we have any other fun messages? Hold on. Eat the Annie? Well. Good evening. Eat the Annie. See what kind of
Hey, man, I just wanted to wish you a happy 420. I'll call back in a few minutes, man. Pick up the phone. Let's chat for a second. Hit the ball with me.
That's cool.
Hey, man, what's up? How about we have a little chat? I really know you want to.
Okay, stop that. I can read the... What'd you click on? Eat the Annie? I am JustinFREAKIN. This is the Troll Patrol Live. We find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I bring you the most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet. I thought we might have a chud that wanted to call in, so I was giving them the opportunity before we go back to finding out what that news be doing. If you call when I'm not on stream, it probably is going to go to voicemail, so you can just leave a message. Do leave me funny messages. I would find that very amusing. There was apparently controversy surrounding a Olympic medal win by a gymnast by the name of Jordan Childs. She was stripped of her Olympic medal. A post-analysis of audio and visual evidence shows the U.S. gymnast coach initiated the inquiry into her score within the required 1 minute time frame. I didn't even know the story. For more than a month, debate over who finished third in the women's floor final at the Paris Olympics has roiled the gymnastics community. On August 5th, Jordan Childs received the bronze medal in Paris after her coach successfully appealed her score. Upon review, the judges increased Childs' marks by 1/10, which moved her ahead of Romania's Ana Barbaruso. Nearly a week later, Childs was stripped of her medal after the Court of Arbitration for Sport ruled her coach, Cecile Landy, did not initiate the decisive inquiry before the 1 minute deadline. On Monday in Switzerland's Supreme Court, Childs filed an appeal that raised procedural issues in the CSA's hearing in hopes of overturning the decision and reclaiming her medal. Here is the video apparently showing the evidence that she was robbed. I thought there was audio. I have no idea what we're looking at in order to say definitively. Also, don't think I can show this because it's the... Hey, eat the Annie! Check this out! Check this out! Check this out! That is totally, if you're into that kind of story, that is totally why you should be here on the Troll Patrol. Because, when was this? This was 1 month ago. 1 month ago, I totally covered the story of cocaine sharks.
Brazil. Yes, you heard that right. Cocaine.
Yes, you heard that right.
Predators have taken a dive into the drug trade. High levels of cocaine were detected in all
the most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet. I called it Crack Baby Shark. Do. I described my show to somebody earlier as the most serious stories you can find. Covering the most serious stories you can find while making dick and fart jokes.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
I'm not ready to call it a night yet. Who wants a police chase? I think we should do a police chase. We deserve it, don't we? Everybody's on board with the police chase. This happened 4 years ago. We're going to an old one here. This is a black Honda. No, a Honda. They failed to stop for the police. That's what we know right now. They failed to stop for the police.
Scratch your head and wonder, why is the suspect driving this way? It's certainly not because of a broken taillight.
So far, it seems they are obeying traffic laws. They, never mind. Pulling a Yui. We cut somebody off and then pulled a Yui. We can see inside the window. They have a work vest? Something was neon yellow or green. Okay. Mary Jane, is that I gotta go and get that service or something. Like better emotes or some shit. Is that why that doesn't show up? You're just joining us. We've already done our news wrap up for the night. We've covered all the big stories of the day, including the North Carolina governor, lieutenant governor, I'm sorry, my apologies, the lieutenant governor running for governor, his salacious scandal where he called himself a black Nazi, admitted to peeping on 14-year-old girls, that he was aroused by trans on woman porn, which who isn't? That might be my favorite kind of porn, to be honest with you. So can't blame the guy there.
You live in sexual anarchy.
And every trans woman I've known could pull mad pussy if they wanted to, if they so desired to.
Yeah, I just saw it, like 3 black and whites continue south. They just took off.
They are stopped. There's a car stopped in the road. Or they're backed up at possibly a traffic light. Suspect goes around them in the turn lane and cut this bus off here.
Rich, do you need to get closer?
Yeah, Rich.
Okay. Copy.
I feel like Media Winch told me I don't have that thing activated. Does the emotes. We're not on a high-speed chase right now.
Circumstances here. We are now making our way out of. We're in the city of Cudahy, which is just south of downtown LA, off the 7th.
Cudahy. He's weaving all over the road.
Very unusual. Suspect started in Upland, California.
Exactly. Exactly right. It's not the kink that's judged, it's the hypocrisy.
There might have been the brake lights on this vehicle. CHP got into pursuit. Came out of Upland, and suspect reached speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour on the freeway. That's when they decided that they were going to go into surveillance mode. It made its way down into Lakewood. Suspect perhaps tossed a gun or a weapon of some sort into the back of a pickup truck in Lakewood. Now a left turn right in front of a vehicle into a gas station. But again, there's nobody chasing this suspect right now. The pursuit, for all intents and purposes, is over. And now, suspect's getting out of the vehicle. There is no law enforcement in sight, and they're getting into, or tried to get into, a white pickup truck. Tried to switch vehicles.
Well, that was dumb.
There's no law enforcement there, so there's nobody to stop this thing. And again, you still see very erratic behavior by the suspects that are not even being pursued right now.
Because, I mean, even if you switch vehicles, there is a helicopter watching your
We'll go into
ass.
surveillance mode. The suspect still drove very erratically, and perhaps even a carjacking may be taking place right
Are we going to see a carjacking? Oh, this is going to be amazing.
It's going to go below you.
Nope.
So we thought perhaps...
I guess a gas station would be the place you're most likely to find somebody who has
not the case. Suspects
left their keys.
Went to a white pickup truck, and then that white pickup truck was locked, got back into this...
Is outside of a vehicle that might have their keys handy.
There's nobody chasing them right now. All law enforcement have pulled off, and the suspects still are driving in a
Doing another Yui.
way. We don't know the circumstances. They may already know who the suspects are, but at some point a decision was made. Too dangerous, no more pursuit. Back to you.
Waving out the window while they're also weaving. He has something in his hand. Is that a phone? Is he trying to make a phone call?
Trying to squeeze through those
Is he
cars.
texting?
That was a pretty good opportunity for them to move out.
Who's he yelling at?
Is it still working for you, Rich? Just let me know. Copy.
Copy.
Roger that. Maybe. I mean, they may be running out of gas. They were doing 100 on the freeway earlier.
That'll burn it up real fast. What's the chances if you've been out doing some sketchy shit?
Like Kono's truck.
You got a full tank of gas when all this started.
Five's got 7.
What we know is that they did not stop for police. Possible tail light, some sort of street infraction. You guys enjoy this for a second. Let me refill my drink and go piss in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy.
A little pirouette here.
They're having trouble with their signal.
Inside of this vehicle, lots of...
Oh, hold on. What the fuck is going on with this shit?
Does it swing through the...
He's going to slow down. Is he going to talk to somebody on the street?
U-turn. That was a...
What in the what? That was a...
Yeah.
Figure 8?
Sort of like a clearing turn. Yeah. That's right. Looks...
Still trying to jack another car.
The suspect got out of the vehicle earlier at a gas station, went behind the gas station, checked to see if a car was open. We've seen lots of commotion coming from the inside of this vehicle, lots of signs, and now looks like somebody drove up and handed off a package to the driver.
What?
You guys just saw that. So again, no law enforcement here. This pursuit's been over for a little bit, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. They even pulled the air units off. So they must know where or who these people are, and they decided it was just too dangerous to keep going. But earlier we saw the suspect get out of the vehicle, try and get into a pickup truck, and just now suspect got out of this car. You just saw it, tried to get into a car, and somebody ran up with a bag, handed it back in. Earlier today when this was a pursuit, officers had gone into surveillance mode because it was so dangerous, out of Upland, started with the want of equipment failure, then reckless driving.
I've got to go
coming from inside
tinkle so I can get back and see what the fuck happens here.
Earlier in Lakewood, it sounded like from what we heard from law enforcement, they got into an alleyway, tossed a bag that perhaps had a weapon, and then continued on in surveillance mode. And then at some point near the 5 freeway and Telegraph Road, the suspect just continued on. Law enforcement went away, and they were still driving very erratically. So now that's twice since we've been overhead that we've seen the suspect try and get out into another vehicle. At this point, the continuation of this personal pursuit, I'm calling it, because there is no law enforcement overhead. There is no law enforcement behind, but these guys still trying to get into other cars and continue whatever is going on, and we just don't know what that is right now. So with that, we're going to stay overhead. We will continue to monitor the situation, but for now, back to you in Hollywood. Good reminder to lock your vehicle. Copy.
So, surveillance modes, when they're out in LA, like, they deal with chases so frequently. They know, and because they're watched by the local media like this, they know to try to chase safely. So they jump into surveillance mode where they just, like, let the helicopter follow, and the cops will lay back.
Yeah.
Maybe up to, a few miles back from where the suspect is, because they feel it's too dangerous to pursue them and to actually do a chase. And then when they feel they're going into an area where they might be able to block off traffic,
copy,
or they can deploy a spike strip, or they can try to corner them, they'll do that.
Okay.
But I think the reporter said, like, they pulled the helicopter back and everything. It's just the reporter following a civilian now. This beanie sucks. It's itchy. I love my Macho Man graphic. Emote. I'm Macho Man emote. I was Macho Man for Halloween multiple times. As a little kid, of course. I mean, I do it as an adult as well.
O2.
No problem, Mary Jane. That's what I try to be here for. I try to be your moderator, your narrator, your guide through this wacky world of news. My reporter anchor instincts kick in. I don't know what I'd yell. I'd probably root them on. Like, yeah, get those bitches. Outrun them cops. I can tell you after watching enough of these, I can tell you what the most successful...
We're in Southgate on Firestone, westbound, just across...
What the most successful course of action is.
And again, before we went to break, we saw...
That is to go into a parking garage.
...vehicle again. And tried to get into...
I'm not going to be shit for Halloween. I'm going to be sitting here in this chair watching Halloween specials with my favorite people in the world, which is this chat.
And somebody threw a bag or walked in with a bag. Suspect took that...
We'll find out what that news be doing from like 8 to 9.
Into this,
and then we'll do...
Again,
Halloween television specials.
but there's no
from 9 until 1 or
as a
2.
reminder for anybody that might just be joining us, it all started in
I ain't gonna get no trick-or-treaters.
what we believe to be a broken.
I got candy for myself.
He got in, tried to pull the vehicle over, and that's when the vehicle took off. It became a very high speed.
I'll try to remember to go to the dollar store on November 1st.
That's where the call was made to go into surveillance mode only. But look at that, trying to wedge through cars.
Oh, wow.
I mean, seriously.
Oh, wow.
And he just blows through. Can you imagine how frightening that might be? And now the suspect
Did he just
out of the vehicle.
Did he just pop out and was like, sorry, man?
Window of this car. So just a really just unusual situation.
Well, don't stop now, son.
But the suspect still crashing into vehicles, stuck in traffic, seems to be agitated. And, again, just a very tough situation right now, not getting out of the car. We see a lot of this. We see the arms flailing. We see a lot of activity coming. There are 2 people inside that car, we believe, 2 males. Earlier at a gas station, they got out, tried to get into another locked vehicle. Didn't happen. And, again, now as we continue westbound, this car just blew.
Yeah, I'm amazed he didn't keep going.
The question mark now, why is law enforcement not here? They must know who these suspects are, and they might be waiting for them wherever their destination might be. But, again, still causing damage here on Southland streets. You just saw it a moment ago, trying to squeeze through a couple of cars here on Firestone. And, again, anytime we've seen the suspect come to a red light, blows right through it. Just a moment ago, we saw pedestrians in an intersection, and the suspect went right through. So certainly law enforcement is probably watching this.
We've got a light or something right now.
But they've made a decision. Here's another red light. Suspect blowing right through this red light, right turn, and now going back northbound. So this is going to be Mason and Atlantic here, northbound. The suspect on Atlantic.
And the drivers don't really know what's going on because they don't know there's a helicopter following these fuckers.
And again,
there's no cops around them to let them know that
and again,
these are wanted motherfuckers going on a GTA rampage.
Failure. We believe that to be the tail light out, but still a very
Have a great night, Lenny. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back.
Extremely agitated here on Southland freeways and roadways. Northbound Atlantic in Cudahy. And again, Sky 5, not the only helicopter overhead right now, but there are several. There were dozens of law enforcement.
I would assume the cops' helicopter is still
lately. We have not
following.
Even in the area, even when the suspects stop, get out of the vehicle, check to see if other vehicles are unlocked, and they have not been. But a very unusual turn of events just now when somebody approached the vehicle, handed the bag to the driver. Driver took off and still smashing through intersections.
Cudahy.
To evade, we don't know who.
What a name.
Nobody is chasing.
Light one up, tip one back. Next time we do like a anniversary show, or maybe we're coming up on the 1,000th episode of the Troll Patrol. Next time we do something like that, I'll play the video where I appropriated light one up, tip one back from. I didn't realize it was so blatant until I went back and watched it years later.
Badge in sight here. We don't see any black and whites. And again, like you said, how terrifying it must be for somebody driving in a minivan and sitting in traffic at a red light, and then all of a sudden this car out of nowhere, these 2 guys yelling, arms up in the air, and then smashing.
They're using that phrase back in...
Must be terrifying. And
2011, 2010, something like that.
I was just talking to Rich Prickett, who's shooting
over a decade
for us here in Sky 5 right now. How long can these people go? They've got full tank of gas out of Upland doing 100 miles an hour. I'd be out of gas.
Blair Witch is actually a really good movie.
Here as we make our way northbound Wilcox, in the city of Cudahy.
I give it props.
Law enforcement, but again, it looked like just routine patrol.
Second one
about a
sucked.
block away, not making any move toward this suspect at all. So, like you said earlier, just one of the more unusual things that we've seen. Just when we think we've seen it all, something like this comes along, and these guys still driving around and don't know if they're familiar or not.
What's everyone's favorite horror movie? We're coming up on horror time.
Handed the driver a bag, and the drivers kept going. Occasionally, we'll see them stop, get out, check their vehicles to see if they're unlocked. And
I have a hard time because
there's nobody.
I don't find horror movies scary. I'm usually very amused. I'm a big fan of The Devil's Rejects myself. The original Night of the Living Dead is amazing. Rosemary's Baby is amazing. Curiouser and I went and saw Rosemary's Baby.
Absolutely.
A double feature at a
we were being told
at a movie theater
that the suspects had pulled into.
What was the other one?
They tossed.
Curiouser, was it? It was Rosemary's Baby and The Exorcist.
Maybe a weapon, according to law enforcement.
That what we watched that year? That was fun.
The suspect has turned into off of Florence in the city of Bell now. Again, all these little cities.
The Omen is really good. I really like The Omen.
710 freeway, but this car.
Okay, I like Evil Dead 1 better than Evil Dead 2.
Exactly.
The Omen was the other one. Okay.
Unfortunately, there are people there that have no idea what's going on. So it's a Smart and Final parking lot right now. There's a gas station.
I had seen The Omen. I watched The Omen years ago. I don't know if I've seen 7, Fo.
Ordinarily we'd see.
Doesn't it have Kevin Spacey in it?
In this situation. But again, we just don't.
It's like early mid-90s, right?
That they are nearby, but they nothing visible to the suspect at this point.
Suspiria.
That parking lot. Maybe they didn't see what they needed, and now maybe they were just checking to see if there was a black and white involved. But we've seen the suspects acting very erratically inside.
He's waving. He's apologizing.
Of that parking lot on Florence, near Wilcox, in the city of Bell. And the suspect now moving into the left-hand turn lane. There are vehicles coming the other way, but just a few moments ago we saw that when there was the suspect was stopped by traffic, he blazed right through, taking out the front bumper of a minivan and hitting another car. Must have been terrifying for those people that were on the roadway. But look at how animated the driver is right now.
Is he on the phone with somebody?
Lots of signs, lots of signals coming out of the car. Now a U-turn going back eastbound now.
Eastbound down. God damn it, Curiouser. Stop telling me about your stupid cheese goblin.
Out of Upland down to Lakewood, and now here in the
I am not interested in your cheddar goblin shit.
Right door, low.
And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Who is Mandy? And it's always goddamn Nicolas Cage. I fucking hate Nicolas Cage. I hate Nicolas Cage. Though honestly, I would have liked to have seen what he would have done as Superman. That would have been wild. They're not doing high speeds anymore. I really liked Hellraiser. I just recently watched it. Oh, when I say recently, it was like 5 or 6 years ago. I think I watched it one year for Halloween. I've not seen Human Centipede. I'm aware of that. Oh, we have black and whites on them now.
Or City of Bell. Well, they're not going to let somebody go into a parking lot and carjack somebody.
It looked like they were going to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's ridiculous.
The one where he's in space. I like Freddy versus Jason.
What happened?
I enjoyed that. I remember seeing it in the movie theater.
Copy. Northbound 710 freeway. Northbound 710 freeway. We just passed Atlantic in the city of Commerce. There is a black and white behind the suspect right now, and we're not sure what department it's from. It's not CHP. It looks like one of the local police departments, perhaps the city of Bell, but or maybe Commerce PD. But earlier we saw the suspect
Badonka-donk.
hit a couple of other cars as well. So
I enjoyed
the decision. CHP may
Get
have
out.
Sheriffs may have called it off, but we are not going to let this happen in our
I
city.
need to watch What Is It, Us, and then like there's another one. Joey, good evening.
Ahead as we approach the 5 freeway. So we'll see what happens. Earlier, the suspect was driving on the
Not all the Jason movies are good, though. That's the problem, watching them all back to back.
You can see we'll try and get in there.
Burrito, good evening.
Bell Gardens PD. Again,
No,
in the
that's one of them.
we saw the suspect drive into a parking lot and perhaps try and take another vehicle.
Jordan Peele, that's how I was trying to think of his fucking name.
That may have been what prompted Bell Gardens PD to get in behind and try and chase the suspect. And if perhaps they get out, take the suspects into custody. We can tell you that there are 2 people at least inside that car. We've seen them very, very.
Did you not behave last night, Burrito?
Inside the car, throwing their arms around as we continue now northbound on the 710 freeway. Atlantic.
What was actually terrifying to me was like HBO's Chernobyl.
Traffic here, driving in the Gore Point.
That freaked me out.
There, or
just because it was real. That was terror for me.
The police department.
Horror movies just kind of crack me up.
So again, a situation where the suspect.
He keeps popping out. This is amazing.
And now, no pursuit at all. Just the suspect driving without any police presence behind him northbound on that 710 freeway.
Wait, did the police pull back again? What the hell?
Holy moly, look at this, Rich.
When we went and watched, so Curiouser and I went and watched Evil Dead as a double feature too. Evil Dead 1 and 2, I'd never seen them before. And I was so excited after we watched the first one because it was so good. And yeah, we did. And then the second one was kind of a letdown to me because once they got a budget, like their special effects weren't as inventive and shit. And I thought it tried too hard. I thought the first one was just such a brilliant use of what they had to work with on a low budget. And as a filmmaker myself, I appreciated that so much. So yeah, it was kind of a letdown to see the second one. I think all the Saw movies are hilarious. In the fifth one, when he gets out of that fucking box thing, when the cop gets out of the box and he slams the door, like that cracks me the fuck up.
That is indeed wake turbulence that you just felt.
I think I have Smile. I think I've downloaded it.
Yeah.
I love Tales from the Crypt. That was my jam when I was young.
Yeah. I
rewatched it maybe when I was like 24, 25. Because my buddy had them all on DVD.
Freeway.
The first Saw is amazing. I'll put that up there as one of like the best horror movies of all time. Also made on a shoestring budget. When he fucking got up off the floor, I flipped the fuck out. I love Hostel. Hostel is one of my favorite movies. Also, not funny not scary to me. Very funny to me. I think the whole goddamn... I like Hostel Part Deuce. I think it's spectacular. I tried to get Sparkles to watch Hostel. I was like, oh, you'll love this movie. It's so funny. Mainly because I wanted to see the second one. Because the end where, like, the girls are kicking around the head, like, she would, just to get to that point, she would love that scene. I mean, the little kids are kicking around the head, but the girl had like decapitated him. I'm sorry, I fucked it up there. Trying not to give spoilers while also talking to people who have seen it about what happened. But like she would have loved that fucking scene specifically. Yeah, that was the second one. That's why I had to convince Sparkles to watch several movies, including the Devil's Rejects. And she fucking loves Captain Spaulding now. I'm so glad I won her over. People making a horror movie that becomes a Prometheus. That sounds fucking familiar. Was 2000 Maniacs the one with Robert Englund? Where they're in like a Confederate fucking plantation or something? T-Minus, thank you for throwing out the gift sub. Called Effects. I don't think Rob Zombie was involved with that one, but if it's the one with Robert Englund where he's like the South's gonna rise again. It's been a long fucking time since I've seen that. Oh no, don't break up on us now. There we go. We still got a ways to go on this one, apparently. T-Minus is a hero in this channel, in fucking Echoplex. Doing the Lord's work. I don't know what other channels you're going over and showing some love to, but I know we appreciate you. Young Frankenstein. Young Frankenstein is good shit. That might be my favorite Mel Brooks movie. Me and my buddy were talking about this the other day. What was our favorite Mel Brooks movie? I don't even remember how we got started on it. Are you talking about Blazing Saddles? I like House of a Thousand Corpses, but Devil's Rejects is brilliant. It's just such a well done movie. And you got all in House of a Thousand Corpses, you got all Walton Goggins. Or as I like to call him, Uncle Baby Billy. Okay, so I didn't like Spaceballs, but I had never seen Star Wars, and it was a small role because it was years and years ago. It was back, 2005, 2006? Rob Zombie directed House of a Thousand Corpses, yes. History of the World is fantastic. That might be my favorite. I might change my vote on that one. History of the World is probably Mel Brooks' favorite movie. Wait a minute, didn't he do a part 2? Didn't it just come out like a year or two ago? I need to watch this. Yeah, History of the World Part 1, to be precise. I feel like there is now a part 2. Was it any good? I also really enjoyed the season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, where Mel Brooks is, he gets Larry to do the producers. I'm sad he rolled his window back up. We're back to somewhat of a high speed now. Maybe 60? Maybe 70 or 80, actually. He's overtaking cars on a freeway in L.A. I believe I have it, Mary Jane. Like, I've downloaded it and just never gotten around to watching it. It has Kevin Spacey in it, right? Because I was a real big Kevin Spacey fan. I am a good judge of character. I didn't like Elon. I never liked P. Diddy. I never liked R. Kelly. I am a really good judge of character. Kevin Spacey is one I got wrong. I was such a good fucking movie. I've probably seen American Beauty 3 or 4 or 5 times. I loved House of Cards. I loved Usual Suspects. Like, he was great in everything he was in. Fuck that creep, though.
So here we find ourselves again southbound on the 710 freeway. Earlier from the Bell Gardens area, Bell Gardens PD went in, got behind the suspect northbound on the 710, and as it was leaving his jurisdiction, the suspect continued on. Bell Gardens PD got off the freeway, and then shortly after that, CHP took over, got in behind the suspect, first 1 unit, then 3, and a helicopter from the LA County Sheriff's Department. They got all the way up to the end of the 710, where it ends up in Alhambra, turned around, got back on the southbound 710 freeway where CHP was still in pursuit. And then just a moment ago, as we crossed the 5 freeway, the suspects continued southbound on the 710 freeway, and the CHP...
He had plenty of room. Why?
And now the LA County Sheriff's Department...
There are 2 people in the car who are just joining us. This has been going on for over an hour, I believe.
Started as a pursuit in Upland, California for an equipment failure. That equipment believed to be a broken taillight.
Simba, I really like Misery. I think Misery is excellent. If we're talking about movies, we're talking about Stephen King movies.
Drove down the officer.
Dolores Claiborne was really good. I really like Kathy Bates.
Surveillance mode that seemed to slow the suspect.
She's doing a reboot of Matlock.
To the city of Lakewood. And the Lakewood...
what do you guys think about Kathy Bates
I'm getting some more information.
playing Matlock?
Sheriff's Department helicopter now officially has... but we've seen very reckless driving. We've seen traffic...
I liked Matlock.
Attempted... the suspects got out of the vehicle, tried to get into cars that were locked, and at one point... During this chase,
Babblecock, badonkadonk,
bag and handed the bag to the driver of this car.
Once again, I have seen so many.
Went into a couple of parking lots.
I've seen so many concerts that I've seen artists I absolutely hate.
Once again, during
and who's the dude that does honky tonk badonkadonk?
law enforcement, what?
Because I have totally seen him
We
live.
found on the 710. We have been here before.
Trace Adkins. I've seen Trace Adkins.
Commerce.
I was seeing a girl who wanted to go see Trace Adkins.
Downtown Los Angeles.
And I worked at a radio station, could get tickets.
That's where we are right now.
I will give him when he did Every Light in the House is On. That was really good.
Which is down.
Man's got a hell of a voice. I'll give him that after I've seen him in concert. I got beer thrown on me by another girl.
But we are hearing helicopter reports.
I was with one girl, woman. I was with one woman and got beer thrown on me by another woman.
Freeway back into the city of Commerce.
I probably deserved it, yeah. I would still end up. I don't think I'd ever hooked up with that girl at that time. I would still end up hooking up with that girl in a way. What? We were stopping in the middle of the road. What the hell is happening? Well, I totally deserved it, Mary Jane. It was targeted at me. I think I even made a snide comment that deserved it. It was a woman that I had a history with.
I know. Stopbound 710. Suspect drove over the Gore Point, and it looked like
the Gore Point
there that he was going to be doing a little off-roading, and he is on the curb. So.
Uh-oh.
Okay, suspect's out of the vehicle now.
Are we running?
Suspect's running now, and it looks like they're running.
The passenger has the bag.
The embankment of the 710 freeway. And he does have his bag.
It was the bag that was given to him by somebody that he apparently been in contact with on the phone that ran over to him and gave him the bag. Are we going to try to stop somebody on the road and carjack them? Are we going to stop a tractor trailer? No fucking way. What is going on here?
Oh, this is dangerous right here. Suspect stopping a big rig here.
What? No, don't cut out on us now. No.
Driver says no way. But suspects in the middle of traffic lanes here. This is.
They're trying to carjack somebody.
On the roadway right now. Possible carjacking attempt. And now I believe this is terrible.
I think they reached over and they locked the door.
Into the car. No! Terrible situation here. Suspects stopped.
What in the fuck? Oh shit!
Taking somebody that was just driving around. Oh.
We ain't done yet. Oh no, don't cut out on us.
Black Nissan Sentra, westbound.
Could be he has been in contact with people, but also he's been trying to carjack.
Vehicles in front of it. Okay, right behind the Hummer.
Both of them. There are two suspects. Both of them got into this car. This was not the original car. We don't know if that was their car originally either.
This is a very dangerous situation.
They could have carjacked somebody
here to get overhead. We reported what the suspect had done, and the California Highway Patrol had already pulled off the chase. But now the LA County Sheriff's Department that had a helicopter nearby was not working this pursuit or this case.
We don't know if they're armed, Joey. It didn't seem like it when they were trying to carjack.
Backseat, it looked like.
Is the dude up in the front?
It appeared that it was not force. It appeared that they were asking for a ride, but again,
they were handed a bag by somebody that ran up to them while they were driving by.
They were.
They did have their bag when they escaped their original vehicle.
To, what appeared to be a big rig, and the big rig said no way, kept going, and then they were wandering in traffic. This person drove up. We don't believe that this person is connected at all to these suspects, and they stopped. Is there a black and white right behind him?
Does the cop even know?
Okay, it looks like the LA County Sheriff's Department now sending one of their own vehicles right behind.
What's in the bag?
Up, from the west, going eastbound. So it looks like if this was a carjacking, and that's what it appeared to be, in our estimation, the LA County Sheriff's Department is on it.
What?
Now. But again, think about how dangerous this is.
Wait, what?
If, again, the driver of the vehicle, we're going to try and get around, get a shot through that front windshield for you. But
why did he pop out like that?
Ordering the suspects.
No, don't cut out.
The suspects, both of them out of the car now running, and they're running directly toward a couple of sheriff's deputies now.
Oh shit! They've got guns pointed. No, don't cut out on us. No, no.
By the LA County Sheriff's Department. It looks like also a local police department as well. We don't know which one it is. Perhaps City of Bell again. But again, a very dangerous situation comes to an end as this car that has been trying to evade officers all afternoon is now over.
They cut right at the money shot. There's the bag. What's in the bag? Well, the helicopter camera has been having problems with signal the entire time we've been watching it. This one was fun.
Were we rolling?
I thoroughly enjoyed this one.
Looked like it was 710, right? That's where they left the car? That's not the car?
What?
That's it? That is the car.
Yeah, that's the car.
I think they're looking in the wrong car right now.
What? You're all smoking crack.
Yeah, it was the off-ramp 710 Florence, and they ran up the embankment. Okay. I'll just stop. I'll park.
You shut down, boys.
Also, why are we taking that many hits? Pilot. What mountaintop? Oh, well, okay. That's my bad. Sorry. It looked like it. Is the other guy in custody? Is he still on the ground, or? Okay. Yeah, I think they know. Oh, that guy's being taken into custody, right?
Who's being taken in? The guy in the other car? Why? Surely he's just a victim.
Apron. Right? It was underneath the overpass? Okay.
Well, I might as well keep you guys company until it's time for Producer Dave, right?
We haven't seen him unpack anything yet.
That means another police chase, right? You want one more? I wish I could have pork chops right now, Mary Jane. Oh, I get what you're saying, pork chops. Ha 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 ha. I make a mean pork chop. Everybody raves about my pork chops, by the way. This is apparently the most bizarre police chase we will ever see. That's what they're telling me. I don't know if I believe it.
Is that a taxi?
It looks like a cop.
Looks like a cop, yeah. There's a number. So the guy's standing up. This is where that's the theater right there.
Yeah, there's the
Man's Theater. So if you've been in this part of
Fox 10, we don't watch them often.
One of the most touristy spots. You've
Right.
got the famed Man's Theater there. I think they renamed
all
it.
Of the characters are there. You know, the Marilyn Monroes, the Spider-Man. They've got all sorts. I mean, it's just the place where you want to go to take your photos and.
Yeah, and the guy's standing up in this stolen convertible as
As it's pouring rain.
they drive like they own the streets.
Yeah.
Man.
So stolen convertible. It's a Mustang.
I mean, the other drivers must be so outraged.
It's raining.
Seeing this going on. That almost looks like a Mustang. I can't make out what
It is a Mustang.
Initially, but I don't want to say anything.
Oh, they are passing in the median.
Somebody
Passing
paid good money
La
for
Brea.
those, and now they're in the hands of a couple of alleged burglary suspects.
Burglary thieves.
And they're driving down the turn lane in Los Angeles in a convertible.
It is a Ford Mustang convertible. Passing
Well-
La Brea. Yeah, this is definitely.
Wow, he's going really fast.
Yes, he is.
Partner isn't still standing up.
I know, and he needs to get his seatbelt on because this is they're being so erratic and they really
Need to get his seatbelt on.
Yeah.
We're concerned for the car thieves.
so selfish
I love
in
it.
regards to other people on the road.
I mean, I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Something, and they've got to do something.
You're
soon.
right. Because
But also, you know,
and then you have
And then
they're going to spin out.
Does the city become liable at that point if they let it go
Whoa!
on for too long?
Look how fast they're going on these streets. Wow! Right through the crosswalks.
Right to the speed bumps. They're just flying off the speed bumps.
You're right. I mean, the LAPD is in a predicament.
it looks like it's rather wet.
They're cocky. Now they're going in a tunnel or no. But more importantly,
Oh my gosh, what are they going to do here? Oh dear Lord.
Oh God, they're going up on the curb.
wow! Right on the sidewalk there.
Oh my God.
The media wins.
When these guys end up, getting caught, and they always do.
I'd love to find out if she's
This
wet.
way, have a bigger punishment than somebody who just kind of behaves in the general way.
And it's easy. It's easy.
Yes, you will rack up more
One
charges.
person that decides to do something like this, but two people that go, "Yep, this is how we're going to execute this car. Let's do donuts. Let's just be
Let's
so
steal a
outlandish."
car and take it for a joyride and make the news.
It's absolutely.
There they go, right around. This is going to be a little tougher to. If they really care about making the news, they wouldn't be in a tree. So this is out of. If you just.
How dare they drive through something
out
with
of Los Angeles, obviously.
a thicket where we can't see what you're doing?
For all things car.
It does appear they are being very erratic.
Stolen a convertible Ford Mustang. Looks like it's navy blue, and they're leading police on a wild chase.
They're heading towards Valley Hills.
They're rain-soaked roads of Los Angeles, a kind of a rare storm hitting the LA area. They're doing donuts in the middle of the road. Driving
donuts.
the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
I'd love some donuts right
High
now.
speeds. Now you see over here, one of the black and white, the LAPD. It almost looks like they're on the road adjacent,
Here, piggy, piggy.
parallel to where these suspects are.
And the roads are increasingly dangerous when it's wet. These are old roads out in Los Angeles, California. So you are not only putting other people in jeopardy, but you're putting yourself in jeopardy. And clearly, they just don't care. LAPD.
Oh my God! It's Carrie Lake.
Area that we're currently looking.
That's why she sounds familiar.
The suspects, one of them, the passenger, is on his phone. It almost says like he's tweeting out, pictures of their.
This is Carrie Lake
in the passenger seat as they're spinning down the road. So. Very dangerous behavior, aside from just stealing a car and
erratic,
the dangers that selfish, right?
A few days ago, I believe I saw that.
This is about 8 years ago.
I don't remember what city it's in, but they're treating.
Yes, it is the Carrie Lake.
Oh. Can we put it up here or not?
No. This?
You can see her. Oh my God! Media Winch didn't get given a gift sub the other day.
Trying to get a better.
That's amazing.
Okay, here they are in kind of a weird situation where they're spinning through and kind of changing roads here. Almost looks like this could be an on-ramp, but not sure if this is an on-ramp or not.
Stealing the election in a Ford Mustang.
Where's that one?
There is, though, they are talking about spike strips, but how these guys are so erratic, and they're doing donuts everywhere. How do you determine where to throw
They're not doing donuts.
Just when you get LAPD into one area, they're speeding off and they're in a new area. And so you have to kind of predict their behavior, which has been very unpredictable.
But it does look like they're trying to document it. It does look like they're proud of themselves, and that's something that we're seeing a lot.
They're proud of themselves.
Social media. Some guy was doing a Facebook mentions video and was shot. Like last week.
That's weird.
And it's just because somebody wanted to that infamy
become famous
of documenting it,
Media Winch, they're saying they can't gift you.
LA still fascinates me, being a kid from Iowa, but the streets are. It is like.
That's weird.
The circulatory system, the capillaries, and there's so many streets spinning around. You can't tell if it's a street or a.
But look at how close the cops are. This is something interesting we're seeing, because usually when we watch these police chases, the cops are not close at all. Even with, the infamous Bronco chase that started it all, the cops tend to keep a
stay back
distance. And with this, they're honest.
Were you here when we found out it was Carrie Lake?
And they're in a predicament because when you get on the tail of a suspect, they usually speed up.
This is Fox 10 LA from
they're going faster.
8 years ago.
It's a difficult situation.
We're hearing too that they are LAPD. They do have their lights and sirens going. So these kids absolutely know that they're in pursuit of
these kids.
News Now right now and saying that they're on the air.
Well, they did have their cell phones.
She's good.
Helicopters also.
She's definitely not a good politician, though.
They know that they're going after them.
It's interesting, too. We've got Sky Fox. Our LA station has Sky Fox on this. It's so hard to even track these.
Trump broke her brain.
The perspective of the photographer who's up in the helicopter. Keeping an eye on one of these high-speed chases or even erratic chases like this one is difficult.
And look this is a tight road. Look at how he's going to try to get.
Oh, man.
I mean, you are being.
You've got to be kidding. I'll tell you what.
Jesus.
Goes off the road. This is outrageous.
In the rain. This is awesome.
Wrong lane.
So you were just talking.
Got a minivan there. Who knows? Somebody's family could be in that minivan. So there's somebody's loved one.
It could be your family.
You started this chase off with the weather, which I thought is very interesting. And now we're hearing that the helicopter is dealing with low clouds. So the higher the suspects get, going up these mountains and stuff, the more difficult we're going. Yeah, Laurel Canyon. That's what I.
Well, the issue is that the helicopter has to stay lower than normal.
Yeah, we've seen them go to Laurel Canyon before,
and that put
the helicopter not be able to follow them
into a predicament as well. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Laurel Canyon is scary to go up and down sober, like bright as day. So I can't imagine.
Well, and you come around the corner, and think about how many people, Kinsey, are.
I feel like she's also drove it drunk as well.
100% attention. You've got so many distractions in cars these days. You take your eyes off the road, and boom, you look up and you see this guy coming in your lane at you, and he doesn't care. It's frightening to think. And isn't this kind of a steeper area too?
Oh shit! What in the fuck?
And now he's just trying to destroy the car.
Look at this
kid.
Oh, he's checking for damage now. I'm got to be. I say this. I can digest so much easier one person deciding to be a lunatic, but it is so hard for me to digest two people going, you know what, we're going to go absolutely out of control today. And
the 8-year-old drove better to Target.
And steal someone's car that they worked hard for, and just
Fragwoods, good evening.
Kill someone. It's infuriating, to be honest. And if they think the world's watching, going, "Wow, they're cool," I think the world's watching, thinking we're looking at.
I think they're cool. Do you guys think they're cool? Preach.
Wow. I mean, I just think how dangerous LA driving is anyway. You don't need this.
That's what I'm saying. And on top of that, we've got these slick, wet roads.
They're
yeah, right there. You see the
weaving back and forth in the lanes.
They're not going particularly fast. Probably a little faster than they should be.
Especially on a wet road.
Kind of, weather condition. But more concerning is crossing over the yellow line without a care in the world, as if they own the road.
Oh, they've been hanging out and everything. This is a wild chase.
I mean, the passenger's going to fly out of the car if they hit something.
And now we're really getting into these are neighborhoods. You are going to be finding families. You are going to be finding people taking their kids.
Looks very ritzy.
At this point, because now we're really into these tight little high-end neighborhoods.
And it's 2:40 in LA. It's the same time as we are here. That's about when school starts to get out.
Wrong lane again.
Maybe thankfully it is a rainy day and people aren't out walking as they might be, or running or jogging on a typical LA day.
Right.
Good observation, Carrie.
So they're winding through this neighborhood, the Laurel Canyon area. This is still Laurel Canyon Road, roughly,
we're
in that area.
Yeah, I think we're heading into the valley now.
So would this be the Hollywood Hills? You lived over there.
Look at this.
Oh man.
So now they don't even care about red lights and green lights and.
Well, you wonder if maybe they want to get caught. They want to have this go down, and then the police have to go in and show restraint here, and who knows if they're armed.
Valley Hills, yeah. Do we know if they're armed? They were initially burglary suspects, and
the burglary could be the stolen vehicle.
Perhaps, yeah.
They could have just stolen a car.
I am surprised that it's taken even this long to. I mean, but they're around too many people in these small neighborhoods. It's not like they can shoot out the tires. I mean, but
shoot out the tires?
Could the spike strips come in?
Well,
over in this area that could lay those down.
The problem is,
did she really just say that?
Obviously, it's daylight. They're gonna swerve around them, and then you're gonna have other vehicles that lose their tires. It's.
Are trying their best to stay close.
I think they should just follow them from the sky, and eventually these guys are going to get bored.
All right, but are they going to continue to put people in jeopardy? I think we've had some close calls just as we've been watching, and we haven't had this feed this entire time. The Holland Highway.
Wow, this is probably one of the nicer, more famous areas.
I got to get rid of this beanie. It's horrible. I do not like it.
And they're driving up. Now we've got this unsuspecting pickup truck in front of them. Probably has no idea what the heck's going on. You just hope one of these vehicles is an unmarked cop who can somehow bring this to an end. And
what?
I wouldn't be surprised if the passenger in this convertible gets, if they hit something and he goes out of the vehicle, because they're not belted in, obviously.
All right, we have some spike strips coming up.
Okay.
Another thing you keep saying about this being infuriating is we have seen here on News Now people that are just on the road with these people that just get so livid that they
so much better.
Ram their car into them or try to stop them. And in that case, you, as the civilian, get in trouble by
really?
The cops don't want you to have anything to do with it.
But as a civilian, you might not even realize the cops are over this. You might just think somebody's jerking you around on the road and go, what?
Jerking you around.
Jackass right now.
But you do get in trouble if you interfere.
Gary Lake's actually not that bad of an anger.
You didn't realize it was.
To be honest with you.
You just thought somebody was threatening you.
Right. But
I don't know. You would be a hero if you stopped this. That's all I can say.
No,
the police would be angry, but you would be a hero if you stopped this joyride.
So green.
Well, that house has a lot of solar panels. Did you see that? So they're spinning through a very heavily treed area with palm trees and big shade trees. Probably one of the nicer areas in the LA area. Is this Hollywood still kind of, or is it Los Angeles? Mulholland?
We're in the Valley Hills.
Beautiful. This is probably where some of the more famous people in Los Angeles live.
And you know, a lot of times when we watch these too, we're asking ourselves, what is the objective? When we had the motorcycle chase not too long ago, what is the objective? But here, it's clear that these young guys are loving this attention.
Right.
I'm sure they wanted the free merch, but at the same time, it's escalated the way it has because these guys are loving the infamy.
Yep, and they're they're standing up, they're waving their arms.
The reality is, in 2 days, we won't remember who these guys are. I hope they enjoy it. It's like less than 15 minutes these days with the internet.
I guess what I was getting at a little bit ago is, you don't go
press the no cursing button on
when you do a
Carrie Lake.
Unfortunately. But will these guys be facing a more severe punishment because of the blatant disregard? I mean, doing the
yes, Carrie.
Right in the middle of the street, people who don't know there's this police chase going on are probably thinking, what the heck's going on?
They'll have multiple counts of reckless endangerment.
Bad boys.
For everything that they hit, they'll have,
That's a good question.
If it was a road sign or something, it'll be destruction of public property.
It's perplexing what LAPD is going to do. They're trying to stop.
They will hit them with as many charges as they possibly can.
Appreciate that. Well, there we go. We have
passing in a no passing zone, speeding, reckless driving.
Guys keep changing direction. So spike strips, I think,
This is older. This is 8 years ago when she was actually an anchor.
However, they've just got to trap these guys.
This was Fox 10 out of
we see so many of these
LA
undercover vehicles on the road. They're cops that are out there. They're all over. I mean, you don't even when you're acting like a fool on the
more congested area. This is when we get stressed because now they're putting people's lives.
Before she went nuts, Trump broke her brain, I believe.
This is a more it looks like a commercial area. A lot of people.
She is a very good anchor.
Now they're going on the wrong side of the road.
Complexes versus homes, so a lot more cars that they can damage on the side streets parked.
And here this.
I think Trump broke a lot of people's brains.
Oof. I'll tell you what's going to happen. He's going to get hit by a vehicle. I mean, another vehicle.
Sassy, good evening.
Stolen Mustang, and the criminals who are sitting in there obviously didn't know how to put the top up or down. Maybe they were trying to put the top up. They were getting wet.
I'm sure.
But you have to usually stop the car for a while to put it up.
Yeah, you do.
It looks like they're back on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and this is their Walk of Fame, their Ride of Fame.
I hope they're enjoying the 15 seconds.
So this is an area that's heavily tourist, even though it is a rainy day and there's probably a few, fewer tourists in this area.
I'm looking forward to this Vince McMahon documentary that's coming out on Netflix like next week.
You can see people walking in the crosswalk there.
Did you see those jump back?
They're like, what the heck?
Umbrellas on the sides?
Yep.
There are a lot of tourists out.
Wow, right down going the wrong way on a very busy street. That looks.
They're apparently releasing it on Wednesday. All like
over crosswalks.
6 episodes
going on. It is just a complete disregard for anybody else's safety. What we're told is what they've done is a big circle. Did this start off here? This is where they stole it?
No.
Is this where they stole the vehicle?
It's just where we've just done a big circle because they were just doing this.
Chinese theater.
Yeah.
So either they're just going where they can.
I lived 2020 and I still can't believe that shit.
This guy's sitting on.
This is awesome.
I mean, God forbid his friend has to slam on the brakes. He's going to fly out of there. This is just. This is like Ferris Bueller's Day Off when they stole the car and they drove it through.
But I think that it's intentional that they're back on this.
It is Carrie Lake.
Infamous, famous. This is a tourist spot, and this is where they're going to get the attention that they so clearly are craving and appreciating.
Right. They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame looking for a little bit of fame, and
probably headed.
Here we go. We're going into an intersection. We've got one of the guys just basically hanging out.
At least they're using their windshield wipers.
We're going to come back through this, and God forbid, for his safety.
Are they high-fiving people? Or are they waving?
This guy's going to be.
Yeah, this is 8 years old.
Although I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who wouldn't be that bothered by it, to be frank.
Look at it. Yeah, they're gonna. Here we go.
Okay, is that the Scientology Center again?
The Scientology Center. This video's got it all.
This is one of the main areas in the Hollywood section of Los Angeles, and we got two guys who've stolen a Ford Mustang. Thank you. Is it navy blue? I can't tell. I think it is. Yeah.
And it was a beautiful car. You can see they've banged it up, but it is a beautiful car.
Oh, somebody worked hard for that. I mean, that's somebody's probably prized possession, and they were off-road.
Really, a Mustang?
A bit.
Sorry, Curiouser.
Sidewalk. Driving on the side of the house. Here they go passing the W Hotel yet again.
You got to have a lot of faith in your buddy. If you're sitting on the door.
I'm assuming Carrie Lake knows some Scientologists.
You know, you got to really trust your buddy that he's not going to kill you.
I just don't think that these guys are all there. I can't imagine. It's like I said, one person. I can always justify it. They've had a bad day. Their girlfriend broke up with them. Maybe they needed a car. Maybe they needed to get a job.
What?
Do a job interview.
She's sympathizing with him.
Maybe
they had a bad day.
Two people are making a bad decision.
Okay, we're going the right direction here. They're in the. They're going.
In the 101 because if
looks like
if this is Hollywood in the 101, then we might
be able to get some stop sticks. Well, this to me, this is if they really want to get away, this is a mistake because you're going.
I'm amazed this has lasted this long. The way they have driven.
Stuck in traffic.
With it being wet, it's
I mean,
a wonder they have not wrecked in a way that
if they wanted to,
would render the car inoperable.
Off. Yeah, they're probably thinking better. Like maybe we shouldn't be getting on here.
Yeah, it's the one.
Honest to God, you know, with their someone's. Although this is in Arizona, I was going to say in Arizona they might be shot by somebody.
That's true.
What? Carrie Lake might have already been nuts.
There we go. Getting on the freeway. Is this the 101?
Yes, Hollywood.
So they're getting on the 10 run right now called the Hollywood Freeway, and basically
yeah, Prometheus.
Traffic here. And
they were in Arizona. They might have been shot by now.
No, here we go.
So is this the live one over here?
Yeah, they're both. Do you want me to take that down?
Yeah, because it's we're actually looking at about 5 screens here.
Me too, sister. Me too.
Now they're stuck in traffic, so it's a little.
Now you wonder for LAPD if
I didn't realize how'd they get all the way over there.
What they want because right now look at they're
Prometheus over on YouTube. Be sure to give it a like on YouTube. Anybody watching on the YouTube?
We're no longer seeing that.
These are 2 interesting cars here. Are they?
Oh God!
Is that LAPD right there?
I don't think so because now they're.
Thank you, Prometheus.
In the opposite direction, but
it looked like he just gave him the bird.
Oh, wow.
If you guys ever miss anything, I try to put the best clips up.
The bird to them.
I know the debate from the other night isn't up yet.
That was U.S. Customs.
I've got it put to the side. I just haven't had time to make it.
Doesn't work in high-speed chases. However, it would have been nice if they would have just kind of come in and.
I'll try to get it up this weekend.
And I'm surprised.
Well, but that's what I was saying. If you.
The dude that said I was more complex than I looked.
Realize there's a high-speed chase going on.
I think then you're assaulting somebody with a vehicle, and I think that you'll get in even more
You know what?
trouble.
As a citizen, I will take the risk.
Oh, wow.
I will use my vehicle to stop these.
Sam Cedar's end stream button.
I am OG, aren't I? So here they are. It doesn't look like, I'm not sure if that's the HOV lane in LA.
No, I think that that's just the side of it.
My name is Ho.
Perfect vehicle that could stop these guys.
I don't think you're grasping the legalities here. There's the TMZ tour bus.
Oh man, how perfect!
The TMZ tour bus.
We're gonna see this on TMZ. Oh, are they?
Oh God!
Whoa.
Oh God! They've got them boxed in. Oh shit!
Oh my gosh!
Yes.
TMZ to the rescue! Oh, they're pulling back! Oh, they threw something at them!
They're throwing trash at them.
Hilarious!
Oh, that is.
Oh my gosh, that's so good.
It doesn't get more Hollywood than that. When the TMZ tour bus slows the car chase.
That was so great, and that other person had to get out of the way.
And he threw something at the bus.
Well, I don't know. He threw a bag of trash or something. But look, they got the windshield wipers going pretty heavy there. So the rain's coming down.
If I was going to talk about something in baseball, it's apparently how bad the Chicago White Sox are doing.
You know, you're getting into traffic here that,
as I understand it, the worst
move quickly on these
worst year of baseball ever. by any team ever in history. Like, I saw a picture of the stadium for today's game, and they had something like 14 fans in attendance.
Caden, I hope you're kidding. That's
wild.
So they're still on the 101, and the TMZ part. If you're just joining us, you missed it with the TMZ tour bus.
This whole chase has been fantastic.
Idiots down for a while, and then they threw trash at it or threw something at it.
It's the Chicago White Sox.
I mean, we've been watching this pursuit for about an hour. Look,
36 wins and 117 losses. Oh, what's he going to do now?
That they have damaged the front left part of the vehicle, as I'm sure they're doing damage right now as we
could have, we don't know that for a fact though. Maybe we don't know where they.
Is that the worst record ever?
That's true.
Maybe it was at an auto body and somebody.
For the most losses ever.
But they obviously don't care about the car.
No. Or themselves.
You've heard the phrase "drive your car, drive it like you stole it," where you just don't care.
We witnessed that today. We witnessed the definition during the donut.
Well, there wouldn't have been that many games 100 years ago, would there?
They've got dangerous roads.
These guys are so arrogant. I'm having a really hard time censoring myself.
And well, as I said, to quote Donald Trump, you just want to punch him in the face, You do.
Oh, yep, that's Carrie Lake.
Regard for.
That's the Carrie we know.
They're fellow citizens. Right. And here they come up, and these people are just, maybe they picked up their kids from school and they're on the freeway. I wish that cement truck would get involved.
Did Carrie Lake get fired for being like overly partisan to Donald Trump on the air?
If somebody does, intervene, that guy could fly out and break his neck. I mean, selfish and ignorant.
Well, they must feel they have nothing to lose.
This was 8 years ago.
And I hope their moms are proud.
So probably before Trump was elected.
I see the black and white behind him.
As he was running for president.
They're really not pressuring them.
Think about how aggressive they've been and how they've had to cut in and weave in and out. And I don't think the cops are going to drive that way and risk hurting a civilian.
1899, the Cleveland Spiders went 20-134.
Or spring storm in Los Angeles, and
damn.
101 freeway.
Are there more games to go in the season, or are the playoffs getting ready to start?
So we're past Melrose then?
Yeah.
Are the White Sox up for more losses?
Well, if you know what's going on, I was once on the freeway and I realized there was a chase going on. I looked in my rear view.
2 weeks left, so what? They got like another.
I thought they were on me at first.
8-10 games.
Then I realized I wasn't doing anything that bad. Then I realized there was a chase going on.
You were just doing your lipstick in the rear view mirror.
Right.
And
then I saw all the police. So a lot of these people, most of them have no idea this is going on unless they're listening to the radio.
They probably just think that guy's driving like a jerk because in Los Angeles, a lot of people.
How was baseball this year? It had that new clock thing going on.
Phoenix on the 51 and the 10. Everyone's just sitting there,
To my baseball fans in the chat.
Driving to their next job and
pitch clock is great. Made the. Would it cut like the time of the game down like an hour and like 15 minutes or something?
They don't know how to operate the top. You could tell.
Like they went from being like 3.5 hours to like a tight 2.5 or something. 2:15.
We're in Echo Park area now.
Coming up on a pretty big. Is this the interchange that?
I think so because look at how congested.
It looks like two freeways are kind of merging here, and they're getting on the freeway again. So you've got LA.
Life is a freeway.
California Highway Patrol as well, possibly.
They banged up the fender on that
And I
Stang.
think that we say they had the sheriff's helicopter up as well. Yeah,
Right.
It says California Highway Patrol is.
I'm not high enough for this. Light one up, tip one back.
I want.
Keep you guys company until
Just filming us, and
producer Dave comes on. It's
those are my cases.
Scientology,
He's filming us. He's
Thetans.
getting kind of like a over the.
Cut the game down to like 15 minutes.
We got to come
So it's slightly less fucking boring.
Now he's getting in the traffic.
This is insane. The driving, they've got the windshield wipers going. I mean, it's raining hard when you have the windshield wipers going that fast.
And that's why.
And the top is down. They don't know how to put the top up so that they don't get wet. I mean, these
Right.
guys are idiots. I'm sorry, but they're idiots. Can I say that?
Oh, well, girl, you did.
I mean, I'm not going to demand an IQ test, but I don't think their IQ is very high.
When you're saying what everyone else is thinking, I think it's okay.
You're okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think they fucked it up somehow trying to get it up, possibly.
Helicopters are overhead.
That's what she said.
The helicopter had to stop to get gas. So there are 2 LAPD helicopters overhead as well as Skyfox.
Think of the money that this is costing.
I know.
And the danger.
And that's why I do think what you were saying in regards to a harsher punishment for these guys, that's why I do think that that's what's going to happen here, because they've cost so much money.
Oh, that sucks, Joey. I'm sorry.
Actually put people in jeopardy knowing what they were doing. So they've got to be hit with so many...
Look up Watch Live TV on the internet.
Chase, I think that look at them right now.
I found a really, really good site.
Past the 5 interchange, and we're dealing with this storm in town. And the
DJ Dub, did you just get here? This is Carrie Lake.
Frankly,
this was 8 years ago.
Hovering above, it's posing a problem.
Look at all of the police on the right-hand side. Do you see?
Oh,
I count 4.
And Carrie Lake was a legitimate news anchor.
Down now, letting the police officers in to hopefully bring this thing to a stop. Finally, they're getting a...
Yeah, when we realized it was somebody in the chat mentioned that the voice sounded familiar.
Problem is they got to get ahead of the suspects, too. So we've got... these 2 suspects who have been for more than an hour now, right? In the rain, driving.
And then I noticed Carrie Lake's name is down there.
TMZ's tour bus practically cut them off and saved the day.
Yeah, the TMZ tour bus cut them off.
That person's phone.
Oh, you don't like the chases, do you, DJ Dub?
Crazy.
Did you not feel
not what you come for?
Today, other car?
Yeah. Somebody jump in the dump truck up here and just hit the brakes.
Yeah. A lot of these people might be trying to get to the finale of American Idol.
I never thought of that.
I'm like, get me to Carrie Underwood. Get out of my way.
So they're in the I call it the HOV.
So you think she got fired from Fox 10?
It is the far left lane.
Right.
Speeding pretty
possibly.
fast. I just can't believe how far
the slow. You're right. They are not I'm watching.
I feel like if there was some controversy she got fired over, though,
well, they say you're supposed
Fox
to
would have said something.
The person in front of you, right? This is more like 10
days.
The fact that they're... Did she accuse somebody of something?
Wow. Okay.
The fact that they're not saying anything, that they didn't give a statement, is weird.
Stolen blue Mustang.
Joyride.
Joyriding.
Really, there's no other way to define it other than.
Oh gosh! Oh gosh!
Probably the most famous part of the Los Angeles area. Whoops! They almost hit that car.
Which leads me to believe that this is all just for attention.
Well, they've been on their cell phones. They're taking pictures. Now they're going to cut this guy off.
And this person's probably like, "That's fine. I'll let you go."
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if that worked?
No, she was let go like right after this, apparently.
All right, they're in the heart of the Echo Park neighborhood. Very hipster neighborhood. This is where all my cool friends live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All my cool friends.
The ones that work for the Grammys and the art museum.
Yeah, Kinsey used to live in L.A., so she knows. This is how she used to drive getting to work.
Oh, I'm sure she's an anti-vaxxer.
Up on the sidewalk here. No, over.
She says she wasn't fired, demoted, or reprimanded.
Off ramp and
right.
And the next interchange, which will be the 110.
I've always wondered what the process was like to retrieve.
Oh, so it was 2020. Okay, my bad.
Like this.
You know what I've heard?
I thought it was before 2020.
Watch one of these with your fingers crossed that they total it. Wow. Because if you get it back, you just have a ton of damage, and it's typically not,
And then you don't want it because somebody's, you feel like it's been violated.
Or you just wonder what kind of problems there are. Whenever you have
I feel like your car has been violated.
Did we fix everything? Did we get it all?
All right, the next major interchange is the I-10. Is that
Is it the 110?
Oh, it's the 110.
Living on the 110, 110.
Pretty much on the most famous roads. We saw him go down the Hollywood Walk of Fame, past the Mann's Theater, Chinese Theater, and, some of the more touristy spots. And we've seen them do donuts in the middle of the road. We've seen the TMZ tour
Took a
bus.
very Hollywood turn.
Yes, when the tour bus almost stopped them. And literally cheers broke out in the newsroom here. Now they're kind of owning the road here. This would be a great time to somehow bring this to an end.
Why is everybody in the newsroom watching this chase?
They're running out of gas.
They've got work to do.
Oh man, I can't wait till they are taken into custody. How is this going to end? We don't know.
If it's a foot chase,
I don't know what her residency was. She might have had an apartment here and then flew back to Arizona on the weekends or something.
It'll be a foot chase since they don't have the top up.
I don't live like those rich people do.
I just can't get over how old the roads are out there.
I know.
Whenever I look at them.
That's what's so scary is not only do you have these people that are driving absolutely recklessly on the roads, but the roads are old and the roads are soaked and wet, and people don't like driving in the rain in LA. It's cloudy, as we've seen throughout this car chase. And so this is really just such an intense scene, and you wonder why they haven't been taken out sooner.
Taken out?
A very difficult takedown for police because there's so many people on the
She
road.
worked for LA, which is like
dangerous because they're wet. And
that is to work in an LA TV station. That is your number one market.
And then you get some innocent person who gets
that is the crown jewel.
So now they're getting off and going, I'm not sure. What did they say?
Let's see. Right tire is wobbling.
Oh, remember when they went off the road?
Yeah.
And she's really good.
You looked out to see what was going on. Maybe they hit a stop stick.
Half of his body was out. Yeah, he's.
It all started on the 710. If you're following along and you know the Los Angeles area, it went to the 110, then the 101, Hollywood Boulevard, back to the 101, Mulholland Drive. So they've been on some of the more famous areas in LA and Hollywood.
And I think that was all very intentional.
You think so? They wanted the
want
attention.
They
wanted the attention.
I mean, otherwise, why would you stop and do donuts and all of that?
We have not seen donuts in this video.
So
they keep saying that.
Almost appearing like they're in the exit ramp, but they could just be on the far right lane of the. Is this the southbound one?
Oh, Fox 10 is Phoenix. Oh, it is Phoenix. Okay, hell yeah, Flash.
Flat.
So apparently she did work in Phoenix, not in L.A.
This is not going to go on.
Phoenix is probably top 25 market.
Look at that.
Now he's crossing over the Gore Point right now.
Good Lord.
Wow, this might be it.
So still prestigious.
Yeah, that front rim is going to be really damaged, and they can't go very fast in a situation like this.
So we're doing an L.A. police chase.
Now.
They're saying
but she is broadcasting from Phoenix.
Almost gone.
Sister station.
On the rim, basically. Well, maybe police realize that and are letting it just kind of fizzle out.
But are you liable if these guys hit somebody and a car turns over and you take out a family or something? Do the police become liable because they've been hovering for the last hour? Does you know what I mean?
You know, I think there's always a lawsuit anywhere you look. And you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't in one of these. It's a difficult situation for law enforcement.
We do have the cops on them.
These guys don't have any regard for their own life or their fellow citizens. So then you have a cop who's got to get in the middle of it, and you worry about the officer. But they definitely have a disabled front passenger side wheel. I mean, it looks like it almost could be on the rim. They're wobbling around. And we saw the passenger, the criminal who's sitting in the passenger seat, kind of lean over to check it out probably a good 20 minutes ago.
Right. It's like half of his body out. Look, people watching on the...
Do you think they know that this is a chase going on?
I'm having PTSD of OJ.
Back memories to when you were like 2?
Yes.
Or 1?
They're passing 9th Street. The Los Angeles Police Department are closing
Are they getting
in.
off? No, they're still on.
Look at how close
they
are now. And you can see sirens and lights.
So now we have the fellow drivers are slowing down. They're giving the police a little bit of room, and this has got to come to an end soon. Look how close the police have managed to get.
Just get right.
They're not going to take the exit. They're going back to the freeway.
But the street, I wonder if they're keeping. I can't believe how clear that street is. Now you've got the black and white right on them, and they are pretty close. They could do the pit maneuver here.
I know.
The classic pit maneuver.
I know, she said.
Do you think the police would ever let me try that?
I think so. There's your special project.
Oh my God, Carrie Lake wants to do a pit maneuver.
Well, they don't want them to do anything
Yeah, I think that now we're getting it. When there were fewer cars, they were closer, and now that there are more cars, it feels like they're giving them more space.
Now this does remind me of OJ. Remember, there's that huge trail of police and the highway patrol.
It's like OJ.
So we've got the Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol, the LAPD, all working this.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Thousands of dollars
and
at this point.
Imagine if you put that money into new streets in Los Angeles.
You know, the one thing is these officers are not seeing what we're seeing.
Right.
They're not seeing these guys, the arrogance.
I wish I could put a number on how many car chases I've seen in my life.
throwing things at other vehicles.
And that number has gone up exponentially.
Cars can go on the rim.
On their cell phone.
Over the last few months.
With the car that's driving on the rim.
They're coming up on Santa Monica Freeway. But look, they are not going at a very fast speed. We've quickly turned into a slow speed chase.
Where's TMZ?
Did Maynard go by?
Where's the TMZ?
I guess he was hungry.
He is tweeting out.
Give him something to eat.
Do not interfere and stay clear of the area. So TMZ might get in a little bit
here
of trouble.
comes a school bus right here.
Oh, no.
Thankfully, it's on the other side of that median.
Here comes the school bus.
I don't think they're really going to pursue charges against anybody who tries to get it. More power to
Terry Lake really concerned with the judicial process.
their arm. We don't know what the situation is. We have seen him flipping the bird and throwing trash, but we have not seen them pull out a weapon, thankfully.
You think they're just gonna wave their gun around in the rain?
The day was gonna go.
I know. I didn't even do my hair, Carrie.
You get it all rusty.
I love it.
Thank you.
You came in, you thought it was going to
Don't wave your gun around in the rain, Carrie.
Trump and Clinton.
This trumps Trump, right? Right now?
Absolutely.
So this is a chase. I wouldn't say high.
Yeah, we were in the campaign at the time.
Blue Mustang, two guys stealing the car and leading police more than an hour now on a chase through some of the more famous sections of the Los Angeles area. We're talking about the Hollywood Walk of Fame. We're talking donuts and.
What would you even call that? Is that the median? Is that what you call that?
Some of the more famous freeways.
He was over.
While really behaving in
the area between lanes.
Way when it comes to the safety.
Fast and Furious films, these guys.
Is that what they're doing? You think they're trying? They're just trying to be cast in a role.
Yeah, I do think though that LAPD has to be so concerned because they've seen the passenger sit outside of the car without a seatbelt.
It didn't even feel like a shoulder.
That guy would be ejected.
Oh shit! We're taking the exit now.
And then think about this.
That greenhouse is awfully cool.
Which is really
makes me want some mint ice cream.
Else get irritated by that?
Yeah.
You have to stop these guys. You don't want to hurt the public. But now you have to worry about hurting.
Whoa! I was expecting them to make a right. Apparently not. They're gonna keep going straight.
All right, so clearly they've exited the freeway and now they're.
I have to take a deep breath.
I know.
Because I just got really mad.
Harry Lake got really worked up.
Crosswalk.
We're
they
on
don't
Adams
care.
Street.
They don't care about the crosswalk now.
Street.
Okay, so this is back on kind of the city streets, but city streets are always so congested everywhere in LA.
And now it is 3. Now
at a hotel?
To be getting out of school. Now we are dealing with kids in car seats and parents on the road, and that's the kind of traffic that we're going to be dealing with. So hold your breath.
So this is just a regular street in the Los Angeles area. They've been on the freeway. They're operating basically on 3 wheels. They've got the front passenger wheel that is incredibly
I'm going to try to get you a Maynard. I'm petting the top of his head right now.
They do an A with the top.
But he's sneaky, right? So I've got to.
And then they see all the cops behind him and they go, oh, we've got an LA chase on our hands.
Right?
I mean, I got to be sneaky about it because he's.
For LA. Don't forget.
That's true. You wonder how many of these chases are going on every day before they get picked up by.
He gets real upset, right, when I try to grab him.
We're in the University Park area.
So I'm petting the top of his head is so soft.
Hey, they're going to stop for McDonald's or Starbucks. They've got 2 options there. Every street corner.
I'll pause the chase. Try to get you a Maynard. Well, he's small in like stature, but he's big and like he's fucking fat. He's not chill. He was not chill at all. He did not like that. He is pissed at me. He is gone from this room now, and he probably won't be back in here tonight. He might come in and lay on me later. Possibly. Yeah, he's really mad at me. He was very much not impressed. Jelly, good evening. He wants residuals. Quesadilla. I'm probably stupid for not making money off of these cats. I've got some beautiful fucking cats.
You're never more than 10 steps away from a Starbucks?
Yeah.
That's pretty much everywhere now, right? There's a Starbucks.
Hey, Harry Lake does have a good voice, but she's also a good reporter. I didn't say it was good coverage.
This is a perfect time to kind of pounce on him.
I
guess.
She has a great delivery, very smooth delivery.
I think that they're probably trying to be so cautious.
Man, I'm surprised there aren't more undercover vehicles. I mean, I'm telling you, on the street, when we see these
They're
things,
speaking off the cuff, probably not the best.
typically so many undercover vehicles. You're shocked at how many you see. You go, oh, I didn't know that truck was undercover.
Because she's like, oh, undercover vehicles.
This is an area people are starting to realize it on the sidewalks here.
She says dumb shit well, yeah.
Well, we need the TMZ tour.
Yep,
about
look
that.
it. They've got their cameras up.
Wow.
Unless that's how people operate in
These
LA.
young men are absolutely loving it, though. That's what they've been craving this entire time.
Right.
I've been craving it.
This area, Kinsey?
I don't. Maybe.
University Park area for people. I know people who live in LA. They know all these.
And ironically, they've been
okay, now we've
circling around the Church of Scientology. Where I'm getting ready to dump you guys here in a few minutes.
It's comical.
Party at the Church of Scientology.
At least it's a moderate
Please
rain.
don't
We've
hurt
got
this
pedestrian. And so they're just getting poured on.
Yeah, I mean, the first sign that you're in a stolen vehicle is when the top's only halfway up.
The first sign you're in a stolen vehicle.
Top down. I mean, people are going to look at you a little funny.
Last time I was in a convertible, I tried to put the top up and down, or one or the other. I realized you have to come to a stop to do that.
Yeah, a complete stop, yeah.
And I think they're at risk of having this whole thing come to an end if they come.
Right. They probably can't
Is
do
this
that.
I don't want to say subway system because they don't call it that.
Have they lost a tire? Did I miss that part?
This is the USC area, so this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. You start to think about the people whose kids are going to school over at USC, and this police chase is moving into that area with these two suspects in a stolen convertible.
Yeah, see, USC's to the right of these guys.
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
Passing Jefferson.
So you got the metro tracks on the left side of your screen. And
They're slowing down considerably.
They're going uber slow.
Are we getting ready to
slow? They've got one.
See the end of that?
That, it could have been a stop stick that might have hit them, or when they went that little off-roading section down near Mulholland Drive that they did. They're passing
What stop stick is she talking about?
It looks like they're going to get.
I don't remember the cops ever deploying a spike strip. I don't know what a stop stick is.
Man, you wonder if the people sitting in that car right next to them even know what's going on.
Well,
they're just
probably not, Carrie.
Well, why are they stopping?
I don't know. I mean,
Getting ready to run?
Going to acknowledge the red light.
They're like, oh, please stop. We've got a red light.
I'm going to lower third, though, because I'm afraid they're going to pop out and we'll miss it. So
Let's do that. They're just sitting there? Are you kidding me? Is this, what's that street?
Maybe they're calling
Emporium?
their mom for a ride. We saw them with their cell phones out earlier.
I can't believe they stopped that long and nobody pounced them.
Well, now they think that no one knows who they are. They're like,
Or they can, they can just kind of go back into society.
No one knows who they are.
Like maybe they don't know we're in a stolen car. Well, there are some cops behind them. Look at that presence. The
parking garage is the best course of action. I can tell you that, having watched many of these. If you want to get away,
Michael Curley said,
you go into a parking garage,
feel for the people of LA, #car chase.
and then you walk away like nothing happened.
Here we go. We got a cop down here. We got LAPD, and I don't know what they're gonna do here. Oops, run!
Look at how many people jumped out of that?
Oh, he's got a stop stick right now. Well,
oh my goodness.
Stop stick. There's LAPD out of their vehicle here. This SUV with stop sticks. It appears. Now he's throwing them back in.
Yeah. Hey, there's the suspect guy. You're missing an opportunity right
How
now.
about run over?
Oh, dear Lord.
What? Are they mocking the cops?
Miss the guy?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, this is the.
Now, if they're going to do some donuts here, it's going to be a real.
Do you think
okay.
their hearts are beating like?
What in the hell is going on?
Coming to an end.
I don't know. I mean, if their hearts weren't beating like crazy this whole time, I'm concerned for them.
Yeah.
That they're too comfortable doing this kind of thing. Man.
I cannot believe that cop was how many feet? 10, 15 feet from
Seriously, they keep talking about donuts. I have not seen a single donut performed by this car.
My options would be a little too severe, unfortunately, probably for the public. But you see this kind of stuff.
Do they think donuts mean skid marks?
I get concerned when someone's driving too fast near me, let alone it looks like they're flipping double. That was a double bird, I think. So these guys in the rain doing donuts, I want them stopped.
I know.
No donuts
at this point.
And you're right. And now we're at 3:15 over there. You are putting children in jeopardy.
Okay,
it is possible.
Coming around the other side.
I skipped about 20 minutes of this.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Before we started watching it. It's possible.
The other side.
They did donuts before we started watching, before we picked it up.
Okay.
No donuts have been performed in the almost hour that we have been watching
Off in the
this.
front? What do you call that when they kind of block them off?
Well,
That was the weirdest thing I ever saw. Kenzie, we're playing Monday morning quarterback here. I know. I don't know.
Not a single donut. Nothing close to a donut.
I'm gonna throw a stop stick out. I'm gonna be really embarrassed.
Oh please.
Can you
Please
just
don't do the stop sticks? I mean, they're right there.
just
Can't
put
you just, like,
no. Just put the SUV in front of.
They may have laid some skid marks. Oh my God! You are so far away from the cop or car.
Oh, wah wah.
Yeah, mock those stupid cops.
Flipping off the police. Oh, jeez.
Are you kidding?
Well, that's what it looked like. I mean, it was one of these, Kinsey.
Look, he does.
It was one of these.
Do you think he's talking to him?
They're probably taunting them. Come on, why didn't they just drive right in front of the vehicle?
Because they're stupid, Carrie.
Really I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, somebody just sent us a message. #fail. I'm not an expert in these things, and I am in full support of our law enforcement. I have the utmost respect, but come on.
Really, Carrie?
They're going 2 miles.
You shouldn't.
With a bum tire. Drive right in front of them and stop them. Unbelievable. Now these guys have got to be laughing or taunting him now.
And look,
He's sticking out of the front again. He might be riding on the. He's been sitting on the door.
This is like OJ all over.
It is nothing like OJ, you stupid cunt.
I'm ready to call it a day. If I were
Was that wrong of me?
my television by now.
This is why
Cancel Justin.
Jump in and help end this one. Somebody who's driving a clunker out there or a dump truck, just
people
pull
are
in front of
tweeting us,
them.
This has got to be a joke. I mean, the cop.
Anyone disagree that Carrie Lake is a stupid cunt?
Oh man.
Or was that misogynist for me to say that?
This is why you moved back to Arizona, right?
I know. This is why you come
You couldn't
home.
take it anymore. If I were the guy in front of him, I'd just hit my brakes and act like my car broke down. Go sorry.
They cannot do roadblocks.
At this point, they
because
could
the
go
act,
through the.
Oh, the act is considered a seizure under the 4th Amendment of court cases, so that's why they can't do roadblocks. The act is considered a seizure under the 4th Amendment.
Sometimes
of
I think we follow the laws too tightly in cases like
These
this.
guys don't.
The police, the police are the ones handcuffed in these situations.
Fair enough, Shelley.
And we're kind of joking around, but these guys have been doing
I try not to throw it around that often.
donuts in the middle of the street.
But sometimes, something like Carrie Lake.
Most of the people on the road aren't paying 100% attention like they should.
And
They're a little bit.
uptight because the weather's, yucky over there right now.
Well, I just hope these two are wet and cold. They're being rained on.
Something
I hope that
tells
they're
me the
really
heater's
cold.
working.
I pulled back on the use of eye
A
pussy.
little bit more edgy of a section of town. Doesn't it appear that we're seeing like smoke shops and Here's
They're
the
going
guys out
very
here.
slow.
Hey, keep
Michael
going.
D021 says this is so stupid. The NYPD would have stopped them by now.
Okay, now we're pitting East Coast.
The NYPD would have shot you for not having 230 in
street. Okay.
fare money.
Unbelievable. Is the guy standing up now? I can't tell. Or is that just the failed? Now we've kind of lost him. They're driving through this section of town here.
Another
And they're
tweet.
gonna-
This is Nike 2196. This is the future of police chases under Bernie Sanders.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, let him just have fun. Okay, it's kind of comical watching this car because they've got one bum wheel. They have the top to the convertible that they haven't been able to figure out how to put up, which is hilarious. It's raining pretty.
So I guess Bernie was still in the
But
race, so this is probably the spring of 2016.
Good opportunities
I
there.
know. That was the
It
most
was
frustrating thing we've
cringeworthy.
seen so far.
And I
So this
say
is
that
not under Bernie
back
Sanders.
to our law enforcement. I think we could have. Our Phoenix police could have stopped that.
That's true. We
So-
love our Phoenix PD.
Well,
I think a Republican governor in Arizona at the time.
you know, two people who really don't give a damn about anybody else. And who knows if they're armed? We don't know that.
Well, I have seen tweets saying that they're concerned about a possible weapon.
Wasn't his name Ducey? Not related to
They would have been over.
Fox Ducey?
That this would be over by now.
I have a feeling that's not a jogger. That's somebody who wants to jog up and see what's happening.
Yeah.
They're running to see what's happening.
Eastbound 50th in South LA.
Okay, we're in South LA now.
I can't believe that this is.
Looks like they're speeding up a little bit. Oh, wait, or have I lost them?
I can't see them either. I think that they are the car that's passing that tree right there.
Which tree?
Oh, there's a few of them.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so the
Suspect
highlight.
is now in the South LA area. Please do not interfere and stay clear of the area.
That's from LAPD.
that's an
Southbound.
Doug Ducey was his name.
Highlights was when they were on the. I think it was the 101 and the TMZ tour bus. Kind of tried to do a maneuver on him.
They're talking about
2015 to 2023.
That's adorable.
You know,
A Republican.
let Kinsey and I get out there. I think we could throw.
I'll just empty my bag of them.
Oh, but this is in L.A.
Do more damage.
I can't find him here.
Doesn't matter who the governor was in Arizona.
Are you seeing the vehicle here? Uh-oh.
Whoa.
No, what is happening? Hello?
Did LAPD?
Hi, can we have our car chase back?
We're doing American Idol now.
Seacrest,
Well-
you've done it again.
Seacrest out. This is gonna make people mad. We want people to support the American Idol finale, not to be mad.
No, we're very
Oh, fuck this American Idol finale.
tonight on Fox. However,
We lost the feed.
We lost the feed.
It's gonna come back. But look at all the look at the police force.
Here we go.
Oops, as they back out, just as I say that. They are taking up an incredible amount of manpower.
I'm not high enough for this
Could be
shit.
used somewhere else in Los Angeles.
That's
I'm sure
so
there's some other areas that need patrolling. And we've seen them go through some neighborhoods where people are aware there's a police chase and they're cheering them on. We've seen people taking video of them. We've seen
I'd cheer them on.
video and snapping pictures. But it has not been able to come to an end yet, even though it was going at a snail's pace and there was LAPD nearby trying to throw a stop stick out.
These people are actually tweeting us asking if we're advocating police brutality. Absolutely not. We are suggesting that the police stop these people that have allegedly stolen a vehicle and put hundreds of people's lives in jeopardy this afternoon.
Exactly.
Sounds like you're advocating
People
police brutality.
sensitive.
Oprah interview with
Take them down. And
Harris. I wasn't really that interested.
And I'm sure that.
I'm sorry, Sassy. Was it good? Did you enjoy it?
But I'll tell you what, if I was a driver next to him, I wouldn't want it. If you were doing this to me, Kinsey,
I know.
driving next to me.
I know. All right. He's next to a school. There are unmarked units.
Oprah might have copyright snagged me too. I'll
Passing,
might play some clips tomorrow night. Oh wait a minute, it's Friday.
I don't even see the vehicle right now. Man, you just get so furious thinking that this is still going on, that they haven't been able.
Why are you furious, Carrie Lake?
Streets. You just hope someone's kid's not gonna run across the street.
Right. It is. Thankfully, it's a rainy day, so hopefully everybody's inside.
Well, there's somebody walking with the back.
Kamala Harris, Mary Jane.
So they're near a school, and people are walking down the streets. Okay, they're stopping here, so there's some.
They do not have a right front tire for sure.
It's going to come to an end soon. Driving down the street here. This is a neighborhood street. There's going to be people.
No, the interview I really wanted to watch.
It was a rainy day.
Right.
Was Ryan Grimm and Emily Jawowski
On the passenger side, it's
with Matt Walsh.
Can you see it?
Because apparently Matt Walsh gets destroyed.
Okay, look at that front wheel. It's pretty bad.
I know. We haven't seen him lean out the side.
I think that white car behind him is an undercover. What do you think?
I think you're right because, yep, we're seeing that it is possibly an LAPD.
I don't know how much longer they can go.
Are in undercover cars?
I don't think they are. I think, well, maybe sometimes. I'm not sure, but. Okay, we got this white car behind him. We don't know if it's undercover, but it sure is following closely. Maybe it's just somebody who's a Yahoo who wants to kind of, be part of the story.
Right.
Okay, if we do a pit maneuver here, we know it's undercover.
But they cannot be too aggressive.
Are they just talking to him?
I don't think that those guys have seatbelts.
Wow, what is this? Is this an undercover cop or is this just a passerby? People
what in the fuck?
Talking to him?
Are they just trying? Look at all these people. That person has a baby.
What the heck?
That person has a baby.
This is insane. They've become famous. They got what they want.
Yeah. What?
Unbelievable.
Do you think they're going home?
Oh, they're getting out.
What?
Do you think they're going home though?
Whoop. Oh, I think I'll just get out and act like this never happened.
Oh my.
What in the what?
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
Did we just?
Sitting on the.
I mean.
Unfriggin' believable. You gotta be kidding me.
Is that his mic drop? Is that what that was?
Oh, what?
Did you guys just look? He's.
Oh, what the?
This is like. Oh.
I'm sorry. This is Loserville.
I know.
What Loserville?
Finding some amusement in this, but
I'm
really,
happy no one got hurt. I can't stress that enough.
But think about if that's your car. Think about if you're one of the people that got kind of pushed off the road. They didn't hurt anybody. But where are the cops? Where the heck are the cops? Where are the?
It's like they're waiting to be apprehended too.
The
cops don't show up.
This is actually ludicrous that the cops are not here.
Okay, so we've got the guy in the blue sitting in the vehicle. Where's his friend?
The one that was sitting on the car, like a model.
Unbelievable.
Have we
Wait, Kinsey, pinch me really hard. I think I'm in some sort of a weird dream.
Beautiful skin. I don't want to harm it. So is that him just in the front right
Where
there?
are the?
Are they just waiting for the 5-0?
Or maybe
what they're doing?
Maybe
waiting for the 5-0.
I don't know. Maybe the police don't want to arrest him. Maybe this is part of a movie and they were filming.
Well, Carrie kept saying they were doing donuts.
I can only pray. I can only hope to God. Look at them.
Wow.
They just do not care.
They're chatting with some friends. Hey, what's up?
They're talking about the 2016 presidential election.
You guys are famous.
Do you think they're trying to debate whether or not Ted Cruz is the GOP's answer?
I doubt it.
The primary was still going on.
Famous. So like, where's the cop? Where are they? When are we going to get arrested?
I was assuming that Trump was the nominee.
And
honest to God, where
that Bernie and Hillary was still duking it out because they went until like June.
I'm
Pray for LAPD. Pray for LAPD.
Pray for LAPD, but apparently we're still February, March.
To the police. I mean, are the police concerned that they're going to...
I don't know, I think Trump wrapped it up like the middle of March.
I don't even know
okay,
what I just
this has
watched.
got to be a cop. Please tell me.
I don't think so.
No, it's not. It's just somebody trying to get to their next gig.
Unbelievable.
He has said unbelievable multiple times.
Ends in a thud.
Where is Vin Diesel?
Vin Diesel.
This is the end of a Fast and Furious movie.
I want a donut. This is Bernie's America, folks.
They've been talking.
I wish we could go back to 2016. I wish I was doing the Troll Patrol during 2016.
Maybe they were watching, as I said,
high-fiving each other.
Our program, Kinsey.
Yeah.
This is straight out of Compton, someone said. A sequel to
Straight out of Compton. I don't think they're in Compton, but I'm not familiar with
I'm waiting
the area.
How many minutes has it been? Anybody timing this since they pulled over and got out and sat on the car?
Oh,
It's been a while, actually. She is correct. It is unbelievable. The cops have not got them yet. They are sitting there waiting.
Oh, now he's on the phone.
Do you think he's calling his lawyer?
I hope whoever's talking to him is telling him he's a fool. Probably not. Where are the police?
He's calling the cops.
The internet is so mad. The internet is so
Maybe
mad
the
about
police is saying. Maybe the police are saying.
Like, piggies, you gonna come get me?
Yeah.
Who cares? Nobody's at.
There's no way. I am just blown.
Get into a different vehicle and go ahead and drive. I mean, Jesus.
So do you want to be the cop that has to go in and arrest these two?
Oh no, these people are just taking pictures. I cannot deal with this.
I wouldn't want to be the cop that has to go. You know what? If I were driving by, I would make a citizen's arrest.
Well, I just am surprised that we.
But
this neighborhood isn't absolutely swarmed with police. Instead,
Whoa.
there's a bunch of people taking photos and glad handing the joyriders.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, she's getting closer.
I don't see. We had at one point probably 8, 10 LAPD behind these guys.
Right.
Now we have zilch, zero, nada. We've got these guys are famous. Great. If honest to God, if this is what you find cool, you need to reevaluate.
I'm so amused.
You need to search.
They are so cool to me.
You need some Joel.
I hope these motherfuckers got some internet fame, some clout.
Unbelievable.
The car. They're moving the car.
Go ahead. Fuck it. Are you parking?
Gentlemen, we have here.
Getting it out of the road.
Someone says these are racist remarks. Really? Spare me. I don't care what color the skin of these people is.
Yeah,
I don't
think
care
you've mentioned that
if the
once.
people were white, if they're whatever. I don't care what color they are.
People calling Carrie Lake out. This is amazing.
Honest to God.
Right.
Cannot wait to see the debate between her and Ruben Gallo.
Right now, we've got a crowd gathering, and these guys are frankly taunting, going, come on in and arrest me.
I don't think this is Compton.
Someone
So
said,
I do believe that's kind of racist of her to say that, but I also don't know the area.
Billy said fact, and this is a joke.
Someone says, wow, watching from New York, can't believe what's happening. Yeah, I think New York police would have hopefully brought this to an end. Here's the cops. Now we're seeing some cops. They're in a
The Ruben Gallo Carrie Lake debate is on October 9th.
If you're gonna steal a car and lead the cops on a chase,
Why?
do it in LA.
You know what? To one of the people who tweeted out to us, why all the hater comments? God, get a life, really.
Damn, Carrie.
Chase. We're seeing people who have no regard for their own lives or those of others. This isn't hating. This is. I'm sorry. We're watching.
This is in L.A.
Around L.A. Risking.
Carrie Lake is in
All right, it looks
Arizona.
Like LA sheriffs are staging. You can see a cop right here. Look at how proud he is.
Okay, now
Look at how
is
proud he
is the cop videotaping this? It looks like okay.
Finally, yes.
So does this make him a hero?
I mean, look at that girl. She's like, I don't want any of it.
Okay, he's being arrested, and they're showing a lot of restraint. Good.
There's a puppy.
Car, dude. Hands behind your back. Wow. I hope you're proud of yourself.
I know. And they've got to be soaking wet.
And I'm hoping that the motorists of LA are collectively cheering right now.
Look at everybody with their cell phones out.
And the people who own that car, the person
This was
who owns the car
fun.
that was stolen and really destroyed. Let's be honest. I wouldn't want the car back. It's been destroyed.
What do you think they're saying to each other right now?
Our next Senate debate is on October 2nd.
From Dublin.
As of right now, unless another one gets scheduled.
This has been one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Wow, people are taking selfies.
Our next Senate, or our first Senate debate is Tim Kaine and Hung Kao on October 2nd.
Is about to be.
We're also going to be doing the North Dakota Senate debate between Katrina Christensen and Kevin Kramer on October 2nd.
What is everyone going to do with this video?
They're all taking selfies. They're all shooting video. Look at this.
October 3rd, we have the...
Why is everybody... What time is it?
It's awesome.
Wow, where'd all these...
On October 3rd, we have
Everybody was watching this.
incumbent Pennsylvania Democrat Bob Casey
Of the woman.
debating nut job David McCormick in Pennsylvania. That is a consequential seat for Democrats.
I mean, that is, I'm sure, what's going on in Los Angeles. I'm sure this was on all of the...
Also on October 9th, we got the Michigan Senate debate between Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers.
Here, is this a third person who's been arrested? Oh, wow. I can't tell.
Yeah, why is this dude getting arrested?
Really, this is fascinating because somehow these two guys who stole...
October 17th, we got the Nevada Senate debate between Jackie Rosen.
That's what they're accused of doing.
The incumbent Democrat.
Some, cult hero.
Sam Brown, the Republican challenger.
Apparently, if you criticize them, which we have been doing, and I will continue to do, you're a bad person.
We've got a lot of debates yet to be announced.
Well,
this is outrageous.
As of right now, our next debate is Wisconsin's 8th
because if the
congressional district. That's Friday, September 27th.
That too.
Well, one
between Kristen Liverly,
was driving on the slick roads, and
the Democrat, and Republican Tony Weed.
Well, okay, good job. This is the sheriff's department. I do give our law enforcement credit.
That is our next debate as it stands right now on September 27th.
Nice try, though.
So a week.
I feel bad.
A week from now.
In LA because she dropped her phone. What is she doing? Is that her car? What's going on? Why is she freaking out?
Maybe. Well, see, that's what I was wondering. I wondered.
Why is she freaking out?
Home. Because they seem to know a lot of these people. Those,
they drove back to the neighborhood or something.
That might be her boyfriend or her brother or
Why is
he is very emotional?
But there's somebody who's
he's devastated.
Maybe it's a family member.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of debates to come.
Suspects in the
hopefully more than that. There are many debates that have not been announced yet.
That third person we saw
could be her car.
Custody.
I mean, I guess it would we'd have a better understanding if they pulled up and they knew.
Oh, so the Oprah interview is open for people to watch. I am not going to watch it tonight. We might watch it later. I am going to drop you guys off with Egoplex Media. It is a Scientology, cults, and satanic panic kind of night. If you are watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Echoplex. Producer Dave is going to take real good care of you. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you Sunday night on the Troll Patrol. Live.